Covered the... It was not even patch notes. Covered the preview yesterday for the game. Talked about it for 2 hours. You know the usual. Pretty good. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening, though, guys. Hi. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Well, let's get started here, guys. Not on early as predicted, but, attempted to get on early. Not really, but, I did. Totally, completely tried to get on early, but didn't. Gonna be doing more of the Helldivers 2 here tonight, guys. See where things go. Probably playing some bugs and bots. See what happens with that. The usual shenanigans. See what the kids are bitching about on the Reddits. Should be interesting as well. Good. Ready. Definitely went over the videos and stuff they talked about with not really a fine-tooth comb, but definitely elaborated on the majority of the stuff they discussed. Also had some very interesting similarities between things we suggested on the BetterDivers guide. Exclamation point BetterDivers. I renamed it from the HD2 rebalance to BetterDivers because I think BetterDivers implies that it's like some sort of manual for diving, and that's not true. It's a manual for making the game. No! It's a manual for making the game, guys. But good. See where things go with that. Hopefully they take more hints from the BetterDivers guide and add more additions to the game. Like I've talked about before, like even putting aside actual development, which takes a lot of time, rebalancing the game, or basically bringing up items in the game that already exist, up to snuff would greatly increase basically variation in gameplay and reduce fatigue from people that are currently playing the game because they can pick stuff that they want to use. We still have not covered primaries at all, or just basically weapons, basic weapons that the Helldiver has, or armor. But we'll probably do that at some point in the future. That's going to take some time as well. Pretty good. But, as I mentioned, guys, we're probably going to maybe take a break here. At some point, I got a Marvel Rivals key. There we go. It's tough to say. Basically, definitely don't think it's going to replace Overwatch, but it's basically trending right now, so definitely might take a look at that. As well as there's a new expansion pack for Rift Breakers. Since basically we now know that there's a break until the 6th of August, so I legit can just fuck off for 2 weeks. And I don't think much is going to change in the game. Although that being said, a couple things have changed in like the last week. They introduced the grub tile, which we talked about. They're introducing new tiles in general. Not necessarily in terms of mechanics, but rather reorganized small, medium tiles, and apparently large tiles are for the nests. And fabricators are going to be in the 6th release, which we talked about a week ago and talked about on stream maybe a month ago. Added to the BetterDivers guide a week ago and talked about maybe a month ago on stream. So it looks like they're actually taking time to look into that now, which I agree with because they haven't changed that at all since the game basically launched, right? The large tiles are essentially the same as when the game launched, despite the fact that they're relatively large engagement inside of each mission, right? And be putting aside the primary objective, which also haven't really changed regardless of there being new game modes. The current game mode objectives really are just kind of the same as they were before, right? Once they introduce the game mode, they don't really change the objectives more or less. They're just kind of the same. Despite the fact that they could probably spruce those up as well. Anyways, let's go to the Reddits, guys. We didn't have enough time last night to cover the Reddits. 14,000 series CPUs from Intel. The whole plot thickens with them because it definitely is, which is they're getting Intel basically overclocked their CPUs too far, and now they're suffering basically degradation. Isn't something that just goes boop like one of these things. It goes, degradation is a slow slide, and it looks like Intel basically over the last 6 months, which everyone's, well, not everyone, a lot of people have known about 7 months, where there first being whispers were being heard and people are talking about basically crashing. It became a thing, and now Fortnite developers talked about it, which is epic. Warframe developers talked about it, and the next one, there's another one that started talking about it 2 days ago for their servers. What was the name of the company? It was another game company. But basically, they said their back end was full of 14,000 series CPUs, and they all shit the bed more. 50% of them shit the bed, which is a lot. That's a lot of CPUs to have basically fail. And there's been 2 firmware releases for Intel to try and fix this, which didn't really completely address the problem because they didn't want to admit there's a problem. And the third one apparently is coming, which reduces the maximum voltage that can be applied to the CPU. Surprise! Basically overvolting. Overvolting leads to degradation if it's done too much. Yep. They overvolted their CPUs too much, and now they're suffering. Well, at least there's a long-term, large data set for people to pull off of how much voltage is too much for certain series of CPUs, right? Yeah, because Intel did that, and now they're suffering. All for like a tiny bit of extra overhead, like 100 megahertz or something. Probably put an extreme amount of voltage into the CPUs to boost them. Basically, it's like PBO, so all CPUs now have like built-in overclocking in them, and they'll boost the CPU basically so far. And Intel with the 14,000 series, 13 first, and then the 14 was even worse, is where they're just trying to pump it full of voltage and wattage to make it faster. They're basically just factory overclocking the CPUs. And as such, it ended up destroying them. It ended up with degraded performance, which means they're no longer stable at current voltage levels. You have to put more voltage into it to get the same result out of it. And obviously not where you want to be. We haven't been really covered at all. Haven't really been looking at the tubes at all, or the tech tubes, mainly because we've been working on the BetterDivers guide. I'll probably end up circling back to the tubes at some point here while we wait as well. A while since we did tube videos. Used to cover Project Farm all the time. Used to cover all the tech stuff coming out. The 9000 series CPUs from AMD have been pushed back from the end of this month now to 1 to 2 weeks into August. According to AMD, that was to make sure that there weren't any issues with them. So they might be double guessing their work now that Intel's having a huge shit show right now and making sure they aren't really pushing them too far. Because as it turns out, if half your product basically ends up defunct, that's a lot of money. That's a big line item, right? At the bottom of your sheet, having half your product turn out to be shit is not where you want to be, right? So, I guess AMD is trying to play it safe right now, and AMD hasn't really had any issues with degradation. I did with my 5900X, but the ARM made it. That was prior to me getting my 3900K and my 7950X3D. The ARM made it, so I don't know, a lot of people don't really have issues with that, but apparently, yeah. They're like really, really trying to get every last ounce of performance out of their chips. You know, the margin that overclockers used to do is now just something they want to get out of their chips. And as such, we're in a scenario now where they basically went a little bit too far. Went a little bit too far with that, and yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem, as it turns out. Let's take a look at the Reddits here, guys. See what the kids are bitching about on the divers. What are they talking about in the divers? All the good things, I'm sure. Oh. Uh-huh. 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 Huh. And we got the furries still at war with me. Don't care. Your thoughts on Diff 9? Mainly because they walk straight at you and basically have an aimbot. Will can set them to insta-kill, which he sometimes does, and you just fall over dead. There isn't really any way to combat them. Deal with cover when you just you can't outwin insta-death, guys. You just die. It's like something you don't want in real life, right? Good evening, Ogo. Something you really don't want in real life, which is you just die. As it turns out, there's very little you can do when you just instantly die. And in terms of countering it, playing around the mechanic, maybe deciding pros and cons or risk assessment, whether or not you're going to take cover or continue to attack the bots, make a weighted decision in your mind as to what you want to do. Insta-kill equals, hey look, I'm going to peek out, and you're just dead. And there's nothing you can do about it. Bots we've talked about before have oscillated back and forth between they've oscillated back and forth between basically just instantly killing you. Well, not oscillated. They used to just instantly kill you. Then they changed them to chip damage, which I was a fan of for about maybe a month and a half. But they mixed that around a lot with tossing your salad or just getting knocked around a lot of concussive damage. So CC effects as well as aim punch, which is also a CC effect. It's basically a silence. You can't, when you're aim punched, you can't do anything. You're gun locked, basically, is what it comes down to. You can run around, but if you try to fire, not only might it miss, it will miss. Not only will it miss, but it'll more than likely hurt yourself if you're using an explosive weapon, right? So it actually ends up worse, even though it looks, it's an illusion of choice. Even though it looks like you can do something when you're aim punched, you can't. It's effectively you're silenced. That's obviously not where you want to be. Good evening, Nocturnal. Yeah, the concussive, they toned that down, and the weak of Meridia, when I was talking about the best bugs in the game, right, the weak of Meridia, they're pretty good. We played bots, like, after Meridia for a little bit, because bugs were really easy after Meridia, like, really, really easy. So I played bots a decent chunk after Meridia, and at the time, they had, it's worse than it was right now, which is the concussive force was cranked up to, like, 5 million%, and you just flew around constantly. They've since adjusted that, but at one point, it was really, 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 really bad. And when you weren't getting tossed around, you were aim punched, which means, once again, you can't shoot them because your aim, even if you're looking right here, your aim reticule's like way on the side. You can't shoot them at all. Your aim punch super hard. Both those things they toned down. But now we kind of went full circle, and now they're back to testing out the kind of insta-kill bots, which is legit not fun. And it's not because I'm being a sore loser. There's no counterplay. There's no counterplay at all. There's no way to deal with them to make risk assessment. All you can do is run away and hope you don't get shot in the back and die. Which I guess is difficult in a way, but it's not fun difficult, right? We've talked before about the differences between like fun that's challenging, but at the same time you can actually potentially beat it, and just fun where you're just getting bent over and you can't do anything at all. Where you can't do anything at all, it's not really a challenge. It's just like you're playing against cheating players, which I can just go play Overwatch if I want that, right? I can go play Overwatch. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I can just go play Overwatch if I want to play against that. It's funny because I'm playing against actual bots, AI, in this game, and I'm comparing them to people using an aimbot that are actually players. Yeah, hilarious. Fucking hilarious. But yeah, there is that. They toned that down a lot. That was really, really, really bad. So once again, they continually change bots and bugs. They don't tell you. It's actually, we talked about this during the last patch notes where they discussed reducing patrols, and I discussed that they already did that in the past, and we went over this basically in the last patch notes video. And I thought it was really weird because they don't really tell you when they do anything to the bots or bugs. They just do it. All the stuff is changing in the background. And you don't even notice that it's happening. And we went over the multiple different types of AI and how they've changed over time, like with the Chargers, for instance. Chargers have went through many different attack iterations. Basically, they have an attack list, right? Like if you can imagine a fighting game where you have different attacks, they have a bunch of different attacks that they go through. And they weren't all there when the game first launched at all. Like the butt bump wasn't there, for instance, easy one, ground pound. I don't think the ground pound was there. They added the ground pound very early on. Butt bump was maybe like a month and a half. All this starting to blur together because it's 6 months ago now. A month and a half later, they added the butt bump. But they went through a bunch of different iterations of the charge and how it charges. It did like a normal charge, and then they did like a C-shaped charge, or J-shaped charge. Will charge and like turn like that. They had one where it instantly. Well, they had one where basically instead of slowing down, stopping, then ground pounding, right? It would do now, which is a newer one, which is the charges and ground pounds in through the charge. So instead of stopping, it'll charge, and then mid-charge it will ground pound, which is actually very, very lethal. Another one which was also very lethal was it would charge through and stop, but when it stops, instead of immediately like having a cooldown, it would immediately like cleave ground pound. So it would turn immediately and ground pound where it stops, which means the radius around it's like this. It's like, not trying to make phallic shapes here, guys, but the radius is like this, right? So it stops, and then it can turn like almost immediately in ground pound. So if you're to the side of it, it could potentially just kill you. There's a lot of different lethal variants of the charger. Then there is the fast walk charge too, where instead of basically charging or walking at you, it'll do like a fast walk at you and then ground pound at the end of it. There's different variants of the charger in terms of its turn radius has been changed and altered drastically over the course of the months. How basically tight of a turn it can make. I've legit had chargers like yesterday. I had one that did like a 360 on me. I legit like walked past it. I saw it ran past me, and I was like over here aiming, and think it would skid to a halt at the end, and then it like legit just like turned around and ground pounded me. I have no idea what the fuck happened because obviously I don't have eyes in the back of my head, but it legit just seems like it just turned and immediately just ground pounded me. It was fucking weird. Very, very weird. All this stuff has changed over the course of months. People look at patch notes and go, oh my god, if it's not in the patch notes, it obviously isn't happening. This game is a weird bird in that they basically have free reign over tweaking the enemies, which I think they should, by the way. I think there's a lot of people that try to hamstring anything the developers do, like they have to have permission to do it or something, or it has to be something they're notified of, and it's not the case at all. And that actually leads to some kind of cool surprise moments. Last couple days, the bugs, I'd say, are some off and on more lethal, which is not even necessarily more bugs, but rather it's just basically reducing like thresholds for cooldowns between attacks or when they're able to attack after they get around the side of you, turn radiuses, leap radiuses, attack like cleave radiuses when they go like to hit you, and then how far it can actually reach out when they hit you, because it's not really just, it's not like, the pincher itself, but rather if you're in the vicinity of it, you're going to get hit by it. The false information, the misinformation posts. I love the misinformation posts because then it gives me something to talk about when I get to point out people being wrong. I love that shit. I love that. I talked about playing Dead by Daylight and basically how the majority of the time when I played, there were legit no good killers at all. It was just everyone's bad, and the community itself really just wanted to watch bad killers because they're all survivor mains. It was so good because everything I was talking about was just completely like opposite direction, things that people were suggesting or doing and made no fucking sense. We're still in that case right now where a lot of the stuff that I talk about and suggestions I'm making for the BetterDivers guide, like people, like you can legit go to other people's streams and they'll say XYZ weapon's good or the precision strike's good. Precision strike's worse than the 500 kg by far, guys. Objectively, it's just worse, and that's assuming you can actually maybe potentially can see where like you're going like, oh, maybe if I'm dropping the 500 kg here, I shouldn't put it next to the rock because the enemy's on the other side of the rock and it's going to block the line of sight and probably not work, right? So there's a little bit of skill there compared to the precision strike, but like 500 kgs you can just straight up do a lot more work with. And not just kill multiple bile titans, but of course crowd clear is just much higher because it's in a radius, and the radius is much larger, right? Fucking crazy shit. And then you got people that come into the stream. Once again, like a lot of this has a lot to do with the fact that the game is so easy right now. Anything works when it's easy enough, right? You lower the baseline far enough and the railgun's going to be good because you're going to... The one Hulk that you run into in the bot missions, there's like nothing supporting it, so you aren't going to get aim punched while trying to shoot it, right? And you're like, wow, the railgun works great against this one Hulk that I could carefully aim a shot at out of nowhere, and then you play on fucking Helldive and there's like fucking 3 or 5 Hulks running at you and maybe the railgun isn't working out so well, right? I love shit like that, but you can't start to like split it out because like me as a streamer, there's almost no way to differentiate myself from other streamers or just what's happening here. and it seems like people don't really care. They don't really even, not only do they not notice, but they don't really care. The fun aspect of the game and people getting worn down is a completely another aspect, which we also are addressing, besides misinformation and just people not knowing what's good. Once again, I think there's a case to be made to disabling the incendiary shotgun for maybe a week and a half. Just say it's needing a coat of paint or something and do absolutely nothing with it, by the way, and just force people to use other weapons other than the incendiary breaker. I know it seems kind of heavy-handed, but we're actually kind of at the point. Good evening, 40. We're kind of to the point right now where there's I don't really mind people using it, but it's kind of gotten to the point I don't mind that it's meta in terms of people using it. It's not even because it's good, but it's to the point now where it seems like people think that's the only gun they can use, so they don't even try anything else. And it's kind of sad, to be perfectly honest, because it's not really that much better than everything else. We talked about it before. I've used it multiple times. Maybe we'll even use it tonight just to make sure that my data set's not tainted by nostalgia or wanting to be right? Yeah, I don't really know. Your screen is sideways. Odie, you found my mobile stream. Congratulations, Odie, you found my mobile stream. Now, if you click on my username, you can find both my landscape, which is my normal stream, which is what most people watch, and my mobile stream. So, just take your pick with it, and I guess if you're watching the mobile, it's there for both people, by the way, for whatever people want to watch. I have both, they're running simultaneously, and I have both streams. So there's a mobile stream and there's a normal stream. Most people watch the normal stream, but some people watch mobile. I don't know why YouTube decided to suggest you my mobile stream, because I start that later, which is a reason I start that later, so maybe the notifications go up mainly from my landscape, right? However it did, so. Oh, it's fine. Oh my god. Wow, thanks for telling me, bro. It actually, you have to it takes effort for me to actually rotate the screen, by the way. That's not something that's normal. Is it my browser? What if I hit F5? F5. Why isn't it working? Does he know? Does he know the screen's sideways? Yeah. Maybe I need to put, in the title, put, cell phones on it or something, like the cell phone icon, so people know. But it baits conversation, so maybe I'll just leave it the way it is, because it makes people talk. There we go. As a small streamer, it's very difficult to get people to talk, especially when they see no one else is talking. It's one of the hardest things to do. Even if you guys feel alone, you don't feel free. Don't worry about saying just whatever the fuck you want to. Well, within reason. Mainly because talking is one of these things where a lot of people will talk if other people see people talking, but if they don't see anyone talking, they feel like it's uncouth or something. It's kind of makes them feel weird, right? Like you're the one guy talking in the room. That's just the way it is. Used to be I had a lot more people talking to my stream as when my stream was much bigger, but this is where we are now, so what we got to do with it. Yeah, I debated you into commenting. I actually get comments on my videos, by the way, where people mention that, and usually it's nothing where they're trying to be mean or anything either, and I'm not trying to be mean back. But I have both streams because some people watch mobile and all they have to do is turn off landscape and turn it sideways. Depends on what kind of device you're on and what you're doing. Whatever works, right? But yeah. I really love people talking about the incinerator and doing fuck all with it. Yep. Once you actually start using other weapons, you realize the incinerator... it's been a while, by the way, where you've been able to use other weapons. I went through multiple phases with fighting bugs, including, obviously the meta stuff, which includes Incinerator Breaker at one point, the Breaker. I was using the Adjudicator for a long time. As well, I love the Plasma Grenade Launcher mainly because it's just a jack-of-all-trades sort of weapon, and it's actually pretty good, even though it has some downsides to it. I really kind of like it. It's not the strongest thing in the world, but I actually really enjoy kind of the flavor it adds. Because it's basically kind of like a small grenade launcher, right? Yeah, there's a lot of different things you've been able to use against some Dominator. I had a long stint where I was using the Dominator and the machine pistol. Yeah, so basically I'd use the Dominator against medium-sized enemies, and then use machine pistol in single-shot mode against basically everything else. Which is a way to play. I don't know if I'd want to do that forever, and I was actually really interested in getting away from that. But it's, something you can do. There's a lot more options for bugs now than there used to be. And the weird thing is I think people are still stuck in the fire Incinerator Breaker rut, and it's not really... Don't get me wrong, by the way, a lot of the guns need to be tweaked and changed, which we will get to in the BetterDivers guide, which we have talked about in the past, by the way, but now it's about recognition and getting my 10 cents of super credits in the game. It's about getting 10 cents for my suggestions. But basically fixing the primaries are really broken right now in multiple different ways, and there's not really a whole lot going on there. So that's something we're going to have to get to. That's going to be a pretty large topic when we add it to the BetterDivers guide, mainly because there's quite a few key things I guess they kind of missed when they basically made them, but we'll get to them. The takeaway, though, was when, I think it was Alexis, when he decided to turn the Dominator into the Slugger. Yeah, where he changed places between the Slugger and the Dominator, and the Slugger just like it's just basically the new Slugger is now the Dominator. So, yeah. Yep. So, like for mobile streams, what they oftentimes do, by the way, is they'll put the camera at the top, they'll put a 4x3 in the center, and they'll put the chat below it. A couple things I feel as though are wrong with that is my face honestly is not that important. The chat really doesn't even move that fast, and you can see it on screen anyways. And then at the same time, you cut out basically like a third of the, maybe even half the content is just missing from the picture. Basically, it chops up all the sides, right? And I actually find the kind of like the quote-unquote mobile format to be really kind of like people just really trying hard to do something different. And once again, you see me in the bottom corner of the picture. It really doesn't even matter if you're on your phone. I'm not that important. But if you want to see my lips move, you know it's something that's there, right? I want to see your lips move. Oh. But otherwise, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. So I left it, I rotated it instead of doing the 3 composite. Well, yeah, it's optional. Do what you do. Good stuff. Made an awful long video yesterday, guys, by the way, discussing the new patch notes. People talking about changing engines. There's one guy that... Oh, because I asked for a source, I got -2. Uh-oh. UE can't do what Earhud wants to do with AI. I guarantee you that's absolutely wrong. So I asked for a source, and the source we got, by the way, is just trust. He doesn't say that, but if we're paraphrasing, the source he just gave me, it's just trust, bro. Specific engines aren't always practical. UE4 isn't a specific engine, it's more of a general engine that does a lot of different things. And like I said, like one of the only things that possibly are coded that could be different and weird that they have to add nuances to is the AI. Like if they're going to port to the UE4, UE5 engine, like probably the weirdest things are probably the behavior of enemies, specifically the bugs. Otherwise, it's basically a basic shooter. There's not really much going on there. 100% could do it in the Unreal Engine. Time is obviously going to be an issue, and I do not doubt that. Box engine, the Metal Gear Solid 5 is used on, comes close to the engine that Helldivers series runs. I don't even know what that means. I mean, there's a list of games that use the Stingray engine, right? I don't think, maybe it is one of them. We looked at the list yesterday. Good. Metal Gear Solid? No, it's not even on here. Oh, this is basically a Just Trust Bro post. We don't care about that anymore. Furry's still getting pissy because I suggested that maybe a furry avatar isn't the best. A furry avatar might not be the best look for a help desk agent. And people are basically pointing out that I'm a bigot because I think that in a professional work environment, maybe presenting yourself as a furry is probably not where you want to be. But like I said, furries they all really, really stick together. They're very animate and very aggressive about basically everything that they are, which includes the debauchery angle of that. So everything lewd includes that. I don't think I've had a single conversation. Well, not a single conversation. Most furries are very open about their interests in furry. Yeah, and what that implies. Not just their costume that they wear all the time, which they don't. Good stuff. Anyways, those are old threads. Don't care. Moving on. Yeah, we talked about this. Key art. Reminds me a lot of PlanetSide. Like, I saw the picture yesterday. Reminds me a lot of PlanetSide art. Oh. Wallpaper engine. To take your credit the original creator, what if you are making ideas and verbalizing them and applying them to a spreadsheet? Oh, that doesn't apply. Don't credit yourself when you're actually the artist. I see. That should be, So, communities do a lot of really cool shit, by the way. The wallpaper engine actually has a lot of visibility. And people using this, basically the background is something you might even want to commission as basically the game company, which I've seen before, by the way. But you can totally see this as an animated wallpaper for, especially the flag waving in the background. For wallpaper engine. Rarely seen anyone use these stratagems. I bet they're on the BetterDivers guide. Smoke, yep. This is, I believe, the AR dog, which also is on the BetterDivers guide. More smoke, also on the BetterDivers guide. This was used extensively during Meridia and has its uses. And one of the reasons we haven't really discussed improving the EMS is because the EMS actually works pretty well when you use it to do what it's supposed to do, which is CC. It actually works extremely well. Shield Relay is on the BetterDivers guide. Yeah. Basically, it brings everything to a standstill, and the only thing that can move through the EMS is Bile Titans. So, yeah. EMS is extraordinarily good. Radio? Let's see. Meridia with 3 eyes, or is it with 2 eyes? Meridia. Helldivers. It's with an E. I had it right the first time. Guess myself. Air Dog. Let's see. Smokes. Where are smokes, guys? All right, 38. Finally, shield relay. B. Good evening, Isaac. How's your day going? Hi. Pretty sure this is AR Dog. Guess we can check real quick. AR Dog, yes. Pretty good. We're visiting the Reddits here prior to getting into the Helldivers. Shield relay should provide 100% impervious shield for 30 seconds, making it an actual safe spot for divers to resupply and push back against waves of bots. So just invulnerability every minute and a half, so you're invulnerable 33% of the time in the mission. Sound as good as it actually comes out when you say it like that, isn't it? It removed the equal signs. I don't know what it does. Apparently that's some sort of no longer social links on there. There's a smokester items are blue instead of red, so the team wouldn't be scared of them. We talked about that a couple different times. It's been a long time since I've used smokes. I used to use them a lot when we first started playing the game against bots, before I realized basically they did jack shit and didn't really do much of anything. That was when we're playing on that. It was like Crimsica. It was like a knockoff of Crimsica. Crimsica's a knockoff of it. It was one of the first planets you had access to on bots, where it's just a giant fucking bowl, and that meant that bots could literally just walk down there and always maintain line of sight on you, and you couldn't ever line of sight ever anywhere. Lots of good thoughts. General looks pretty good. Lots of stuff we talked about that they're adding to the game. Currently in the BetterDivers guide, Diff 9, or excuse me, Diff 10 should be hopefully a breath of fresh air, and we can get away from the chodes on Reddit that want to nerf everything. A lot of stuff that they've suggested is all stuff that, like I mentioned, we've talked about, and it's all good stuff that they're adding from what it seems like. Maybe, I mean, they could, who knows? Who knows? Maybe it won't turn out that way, but in general, it sounds pretty good. On YouTube, there's actually, I made a video on it. Basically, we talked about it for about 2 hours yesterday, on my thoughts on it, and different ways of approaching the topic matter that they discuss, and things that we've discussed on stream. All there in a video yesterday, if you want to talk about. But TLDRs is just good, if that's what you're looking for an answer. Otherwise, pretty good. Pretty good stuff. They're one step away from saying challenge progression, but Diff 10 is a far cry from Diff 20 or 30, where we can actually, not have Reddit be anywhere close to us and trying to get everything nerfed into the ground. And maybe when there's 30 difficulties, they'll realize that maybe they can turn down the difficulty if they're having problems, as opposed to going to Reddit and complaining about stuff. So, that being said, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be buffed in the game, because there 100% is. 100% is. Almost everything on here is a buff, by the way. A couple things we've suggested that actually need to be nerfed is like the shield pack, which is kind of adjacent, basically makes it stronger against ranged attacks, but weaker against melee. In addition to buffing the shield, the ballistic shield is also adjacent to that. Almost every single thing on here is a buff. When we've talked about balancing, there's very, very little in the game currently that needs to be nerfed. I don't think in general anything I've suggested would make things too strong either. I generally don't go that route, like overbuffing, like the guy, hey, let's just make everyone invulnerable for 33% of the time in the game, and you're like, yeah. So like, idea number one that immediately got upvoted was this guy with 800 points, and he talks about basically having 33% immunity, invulnerability in the entirety of the game. The shield relays on a 1 minute and 30-second cooldown, and he's suggesting it lasts for 30 seconds and provides invulnerability. Yeah, so, Reddit doing Reddit things. 30, yeah, like the idea, by the way, is that you get absolutely nowhere close to the end. The idea is you have ever-increasing progressions with rewards in terms of cosmetics, stuff that makes you look cool, sound cool, be cool. Stuff that your peers go, wow, mister, I really wish I had that. Titles, little plants for your ship or something, game room, who knows. There's lots of things you could potentially add to the game to actually make it better. While you're climbing the difficulty ladder, so it's not just something where it seems like you aren't really accomplishing something. All the titles in the game right now are linked to basically just, you get them because you're level 50 or level 150, or you bought a war bond, and that's just a participation trophy. That's not really anything anyone wants to show off. That's why I'm a cadet still in the game, right? Because it doesn't matter. Community-driven planetary upgrades. This is something we've discussed on the BetterDivers guide. Only this is community related, where we talked about buffs of planets after you capture them for resource acquisition. Donations aren't going to work. This would have to be part of something that just acquired over time. So just tax is basically what it amounts to. Or a percentage would be donated. The giant bases, yep. It's one of the things we talked about. 100% agree. The giant bases are specifically the large bug nests and fabricator spawns. Haven't been adjusted since essentially the game was launched. I'd agree with that. And we talked about that, we added it on the 18th, but we talked about it basically a month before that. Because it's been a while since they've adjusted. They've added small bases. They've added more medium bases, right? Where different layouts, even though they aren't... not just talking about rearranging the tiles themselves, the stuff in the tiles, but they added basically new ones. And large ones have been something that have generally been untouched, even though they're kind of a significant amount of your time, right? The cauldron being something that's kind of cool, and like I mentioned before, it's kind of like a marathon when you run it, which I think is actually pretty neat. And they could even play off that and make them more difficult. One of the things I suggest is like you could add into it like certain outposts that can only be destroyed by doing like objective stuff inside of the outpost itself. So it's a big base, but you have to actually like detonate it, kind of like you have to do with either with the primary objectives or something like the jammer, right? The jammer, or I don't think you need to do it with the outpost, or not the outpost, the Iosauron, whatever the fuck it's called, the detector tower. Detector tower, I think you could drop 500 kg on and blow it up. Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely should be good. It's a good change up and something that can basically slot into the already existing game. This is definitely a play on... talked about for planetary buffs. Resources. This doesn't include a resource gathering, though. This is like one step away from actually suggesting an economy. They're almost there, guys. They're so close. But I'm not going to suggest it prior to them suggesting it. They're so close to talking about burning resources and basically making an economy in the game for buying things like stratagems or mechs, yeah, or having potential upgrades as per the BetterDivers guide for burning resources, temporary bonuses that you can buy with your resources. They're so close, yet so far away. Don't worry, guys. Everything that we've talked about in the BetterDivers guide has been something that everyone has talked about on Reddit. They're crowdsourcing their ideas so hard, it hurts my soul so hard. They're so close to it, yet they haven't gotten there yet. It depends. It depends on how they do the difficulty. The idea is you aren't actually ever going to be able to do diff 30. It's supposed to be a logarithmic ramp. Basically, the difficulty climbs so high that it's going to be very difficult to get like 25 plus, or even like maybe 20 plus gets really, 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 really hard. But difficulty can come in a lot of different forms as they've tweaked it with the last couple days. If you guys have noticed the bugs being more lethal, because they are off and on. They aren't always, but they're becoming more lethal. Lethality isn't even numbers. We just talked about this earlier in the stream. Lethality includes things like attack lists. So chargers, for instance, will do multiple different types of attacks. There's wait periods between attacks, or when they turn to swing at you, lunge distances, amount of distance they can actually move, agility of the units themselves, which are stuff you take for granted in the game itself. Bots, by the way, they can always just crank up the fucking aim and you're gonna die. Bots are a lot more gimmicky than bugs are, because like I think they're gonna have to get into a I think they're looking at the bots in a way of the bugs, which is that they're like a swarm that's supposed to overtake you, instead of kind of like a futuristic military shooter. It's more in lines with a normal first-person shooter where you have to duck behind cover and take your shots, right? But at the same time, they feed you so many enemies that you can't really do that. And then when you actually try to work around their positions, just more drop in and you can't really ever realign yourself. Bots are going to need a major retooling at some point to make them more fun. And I don't just mean you can just like plow them over, right? But in terms of what they want to actually do with the bots themselves, like I said, I think the best version of them was currently chip damage, which basically they'll do damage to you, it's a lot less, but there's a lot more. So then you can accurately weigh and balance when you peek out and how long you peek out for and what you're doing when you peek out in order to make use of it. But bugs, on the other hand, isn't always about numbers. I really, really hope they can get the engine, because it seems like they're currently, I think the most bugs we've seen combined kills is about 1,800, and that's in nursery missions, although we had one hatchery do that. So 1,800 combined kills between everyone in the mission. Most I've seen is about 1,800, and if you've played Horde games, they can definitely be a lot more than that. I hope they eventually can get a lot more than that. My guess is it has something to do with not trying to overload the computers that are attached to basically the game. Is they're trying to avoid that, but yeah, there's a lot more opportunity to improve it, and I don't think it's just going to be pure numbers in terms of difficulty. Introducing new enemies is another one, which they already I'm pretty sure the aardvark that we saw in the trailer is only going to be in Diff 10, and there's a couple different enemy types and probably going to be in Diff 10. Another way of rearranging the pieces, mini bosses, which people take for granted now, and people complain all the time about them on Reddit, like the Charger and the Bile Titan represent like mini bosses and bosses that you have to take care of in special ways. Also things so you have inside knowledge. It's not just being able to hit your shot, it's also being able to know where to hit the shot to actually take care of them. There's a lot of ways to increase difficulty that just doesn't purely amount to damage numbers slash damage numbers, numbers of units, as well as health pools, because that's another popular one. There's always a linear scale that you can adjust in the background to make things more difficult, and that's an easy go-to, right? But that doesn't necessarily make things more fun. That just makes them more bullet spongy, as the kids say. And too much bullet sponge and doesn't feel like you're actually doing any work, and then it gets boring too, right? And then people want their stat-based shooter where they get better stats, so then they can take care of the bullet sponging either, and then we're back to the same grind over and over again. But the idea is, and by the way, Diff 30 would be like 30 times what, or 3 times Diff 10 is right now. Maybe it would be. Diff 10 is, or Diff 9 right now is, well, prior to the last week was very easy, and especially with the bugs, it was extremely easy and it was boring. How they're going to tackle it, I don't know, but it's not necessarily going to be a scale in which it's unachievable, but at the same time, like, it's not going to be like 3 times Diff 9, but it might be, I don't know. It really depends on how they do things, but it's just a random number. You could have 66 levels and just have more nuances between the levels in terms of health pools or whatever. Like where they add new units every 3 levels, and then in between the levels, it's health pool adjustments, and there's all different sorts of interesting things you could potentially do to make it more nuanced, right? Without actually just making it just a straight linear fest. You're super privates. Oh my god. I'm 152. I'm a cadet. Wow, you outrank me. Wow. Lots of opportunities. But they're so close. They're so close to suggesting what we talked about. We aren't going to do that. We're going to let them hang and stew for a bit, so I have more time to differentiate myself, because even though we've talked about a lot of this stuff for the last 5 months, because we have, it hasn't been, we started this guide at the beginning of July, so in terms of a solidified document, it's only been about a month, and that's not long enough, so we'll wait on that. They're almost there. They're so close. 85% of my deaths are from gangs of hunters. Yep, that'll happen. They're really good at sniping you. Yep. No, I mean, that's part of it. They did something weird in this last week when they upped the difficulty, which we've talked about a little bit, which is a guaranteed damage. It seems like the hunters, they'll hit you no matter what, so you can't dodge them. And I don't know if that's a way of dealing with latency between the hosts or what it is. However, guaranteed damage means you basically just eventually die, especially when you get a bunch of alpha hunters with the guaranteed damage where they just hit you no matter what. On like the first leap attack, they'll always hit you. So, I don't know. It's a way to work around the current issues in the game. I don't think it's super fun, especially when it happens too much. But, yeah, that's another answer to difficulty, once again, is you got like pitfalls like that where you just end up taking like chip damage, just guaranteed chip damage, and you know you're about to die simply because you're just going to get hit too much by being in range of the enemy. That turns into a completely different game where you're basically dodging a range attack. Not really dodging it because you can't dodge it. You're just in range of it. I don't know. Like, I think even a better answer to that, by the way, there's a lot of bullshit mechanics they can potentially do by making the enemies run around you and get in front of you and get around the side of your escape routes and shit like that, which they already try to do, by the way. The Beetles, they're doing that for a little bit, but they don't go fast, they don't get in position fast enough to get around you. There's a lot of stuff they could do without doing just instant damage, right, or guaranteed damage, which is what the hunters do right now. None of these spark joy. Yeah? 1,700 or 1,000 points, guys. This is Reddit. Yeah, let's get them nerfed. There we go. Put inside the Bile Titan in his visor. What's the point of thermite grenades? There isn't one. We talked about actually buffs to it on the BetterDivers guide, which right now they're just kind of shitty napalm grenades. Close quarters boarding action. It'd be pretty cool. It would be difficult. They'd have to completely retool the AI. We talked about why they don't have inside missions, which is the AI is not very good in the game. And as such, a lot of it's based around operating in open areas, right? And it would be next to impossible to actually for it to work properly in a ship. That'd be actually be pretty cool if they could potentially do this, which is you have to board a bot ship and take it out. That could be neat. I think that's revenge from Arrowhead because we absolutely refused the AT mines. It was all about saving the children. I don't know what you're talking about. This has nothing to do with AT mines. Why would it? Okay. You think you're going to cover the whole map with AT mines? Just put a boss health bar over Biletine's meme. Uh-huh. August 6th will be Helldivers New Year's Eve. Well, we thought about that, about the last major patch, and then after getting it and parsing it, which I was pretty much right on pretty much everything. I thought the durable damage would be a bigger meta than it currently is. We figured out some really weird nuances with weapons. You can still actually do durable damage in a meaningful way with the Tenderizer. It's the only weapon that you can actually do durable damage well with, by the way. Outside of basically how you just play the game normally, which maybe we'll do some more of that tonight. I should change things up a little bit. But outside of that as well, pretty much on point with pretty much everything. I thought the Eruptor buff was extreme, and then after using it, it's not really. It's probably actually where it should be right now. But otherwise, a lot of the buffs weren't really, like for the stratagems, weren't enough to actually make them viable. Which we've talked about on the BetterDivers guide, so. The fact that sport chargers will almost completely conceal hunters is going to be stunlock hell. Why is this considered a meme? People just giving, like, criticism and calling it a meme. What? Okay. Done and done. Let's move on, guys. We're actually going to get into the Gamaz right away. As I mentioned, we're probably going to start taking a look at the tubes again. Excuse me. Gonna take a look at the tubes again at some point here and pump the brakes until we basically get more or less the production build of the game, which is August 6th, right? We get a chance to play that. Maybe we'll play some, not tonight by the way, but maybe we're gonna do the Riftbreaker DLC, or maybe I'll do some Marvel Rivals, which I have a key for that now, and then just take a hiatus from Helldivers 2. Even tonight, even though basically like the bugs are a little bit better, they're still like last night we had, I would say maybe half the games were decent and the other half were just kind of normal. So as in easy, right? Let's see. All right, let's move on, guys. Done with my coffee. Let's get on the podcast here. BetterDivers guide, exclamation point BetterDivers if you're curious about that. Lots of content in there. Lots of interesting advice in there. Well, lots of good stuff, you could say. We also need to add an entry. Oh. Well, maybe we won't do this right away. I think I got a couple smalls from yesterday, too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe we'll do a BetterDivers guide entry tonight. Real quick here. Wait. See. I want to get lazy. What would this be? Feature. Well. Talked about a while ago, but I haven't addressed recently. I remembered that last night. Oh, talked about this early on. Oh, let's go behavior. before. Sound Joel has his work cut out for him if they start adding sounds that convey emotion. 100% do, by the way. I used to play PUBG. Yes, I did. I had, I think I played it for a year and a half. Not a very, didn't really enjoy the game at the time, but there wasn't really anything else on at the time to play. I think that was after H1Z1 prior to Overwatch launching, I want to say. And I think after PUBG, I played The Division for 6 months or 3 months. Yeah. H1Z1 was, I had a big stint of H1Z1. H1Z1 was like 2 years. It's probably the biggest my stream has ever been, by the way. Exception being Titanfall. I played H1Z1 for like 2 years, and prior to that I played PlanetSide 2. Yeah. Stuff. Long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Been streaming a long time, guys. They came up with a new fucking link. No. Yep. I usually wear glasses. However, I generally do the podcast now with contacts just for change of pace. A couple different pairs of glasses over the years. I've come to the conclusion people don't actually care whether or not you stream with the cam on or off. They'll say they do, but they don't really. A lot of big streamers that don't use cams anymore. Or sometimes they even used to use cams. Let's see. You used to play with me on H1Z1. I definitely did not play with anyone on H1Z1, so... yeah, if you were playing with me, it was not by my own... volition? Pretty sure I never duoed in H1Z1. Your link to the Google Doc? Yes, exclamation point, BetterDivers. Actually, I don't know if it works. Should be in the title. That work? No. That one work? No. Botrix is supposed to actually... your Botrix, maybe. Oh, there it goes. Where the fuck's the link? It only... Is there a limit to how long the message is? Well, that's new. Yeah, there's actually a limitation to length of messages. You killed me and talked to me in voice before, okay. Sure why, I've died to a lot of people, so. Cool. Not really. It's kind of a weird thing, dude. I'm not interested not only in you killing me, but also reliving you killing me in a game from 8 years ago. But, I mean, do you, bro? What the fuck? What a world we live in. What are they called in Dawn of War? Dawn of War is a name. Basically, when you kill an enemy, depending on which enemies are fighting and what's going on, there's actually special animation sequences which will trigger, which are actually really, really cool. It doesn't matter because the person's dead, more or less. They're already dead, which triggers the animation. It's not that you have a chance of actually surviving and dodging it. Rather, it's a pre-triggered animation based on the fight being over and a decisive victory, right? A victory is already assured. So, changing things, not really something that would change anything outside of just looking really cool. Fatality. A milestone. Behavior milestone. Learning how to manipulate the mechanic would lead to a skill expression through learning how to break your enemy's will. Oh, the power levels, tactical prowess. So right now there isn't morale. If you ever played other games before, some games have had morale. One of the earliest versions of games that I've played with a morale system was Warhammer, 40K Dawn of War, a game that came out in 2003, I think, 2004. It's a really, really, really old game. My donation alerts, if you've ever seen them, my donation alerts are from Warhammer, like the really, really old game. Some of the best done. It's really, really is a gem. It's kind of a shit show in terms of like the voice lines. They are all over in terms of just like how often they trigger, but it is literally an experience if you've ever played the game. Dawn of War 2 was more like Company of Heroes, which means it was more tactical and less chaotic. Dawn of War 1 though had a morale system in which your units, if too many units died around them, or certain units were really good at breaking morale, it would trigger certain not only voice lines and things that they would do, but then also they become less effective at battle. So they do less damage, they die easier, they take more damage from certain weapon types as well, because like flamethrowers, for instance, demoralize the fuck out of your troops. Because as it turns out, guys, when you're set on fire, it's not a fun and it is not an enjoyable experience when you see your compadres next to you get burned to a crisp in-game. It does not help morale. And as such, Dawn of War basically showcased that really well. Certain weapons were better at breaking morale. Certain troops were better at breaking morale than other things. I mean, I just posted it to. Oh, you're in the other chat now. I just posted it to the other one. Otherwise, you do exclamation point BetterDivers, and it should shoot you the link, unless Botrix likes fucking around. It works on Kick, and it works on Twitch, and I'm pretty sure it works on TikTok, too. There you go. Yeah. You shouldn't have to go hunting for it. It should be easy to come by. Wrong one. There we go. That should be the right one. Yep. Done and done. Yeah, it addresses, there's a lot of different things in it. I guess it's entirely possible to get lost on it. There's a lot of different things on it, depending on what you're looking for, including resource burning, which is just a catch-all for different ways of spending your resources, basically an end game, without disrupting and making it a stat-based progression. Stat-based progression is what almost every single person has ever suggested for progression in this game. Stat-based progressions, you get a piece of armor that has slightly better stats on it, you get a better piece of armor, gets slightly better stats on it, and then it leads to things like power creep, which, like, it turns into Vermintide. Power creep, and then you have to have the gear escalator, which is better bosses, which more HP, more armor, then you have to have better stats, better armor, you know, but all the different things that keep climbing above each other. You get better gear, bosses get better, you get better gear, bosses get better, you get better gear, bosses get better. And you go through the Destiny line slate where you just keep increasing your stats. Arguably, they've already tried to do that with some of the most recent updates, or some of the most recent things they added to the game were power creep, 5% to your stratagems, which doesn't seem like a lot. 5% to stratagem cooldowns, they do that every 2 months, then in 12 months, a year, assuming this game's going to last a while, you have 30% cooldown to your stratagems, which is actually a lot. That's a lot, right? Then the new stratagems they add have to have basically longer stats on them to make up for the fact that people are going to have People are going to have more stats, better stats, 30% cooldown, and then people that just now joined the game will then also have to grind through the older stats, and they had like they have to do the same grind that everyone else did. Then they have to add catch-up mechanics if the grind gets too long, and or you have to meet up basically with checkpoints and progression. And I don't really think that's like the kind of game that this currently is. So, yeah. Fortunately. Lots of things they can do, though. Okay. So morale, anyways, as we're talking about with morale, guys, there's a lot of things they can do. It ranges from cosmetic, which is people screaming, which they kind of already do, but it's very, 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 very basic. And, like, usually just when you're out of stims, for instance, right? And they scream, I'm out of stims. Sometimes it is more lax than other times, but you can definitely plan a system in which there's essentially a health bar or a morale bar in which, above certain thresholds it leads to benefits and below certain thresholds it leads to negative things happening to your character, either cosmetically, so, your arms are flailing around randomly. There's all sorts of cool stuff they can do depending on how much work they want to put into it. The voice lines that you're screaming about when you think the transport's about to leave without you and you're nowhere close to it, for instance, when it's landing. You can make a really, really cool system that adds a lot to... not automation, immersion. Adds a lot to immersion and making you feel like a dark, gritty kind of aspect of war, right? And in addition to that, you can add some cool things, which includes buffs and negative bonuses too, and you can do weapons that are actually better at certain things than other things, which includes morale, draining morale, which we just talked about with the flamethrowers. Could be really good at draining morale of enemies because it would be. As it turns out, it really would be. Yeah, there's a lot of really, really cool stuff you could actually do with morale. And morale, as the kids are saying, mental. The kids actually figured out morale is actually a thing in real life, by the way. There's all sorts of studies in military that are done on morale, because as it turns out, morale really, really fucking matters. Because if people have poor morale, it leads to them going AWOL and doing really just dumb shit that they wouldn't otherwise do, right? And not performing up to par. And morale is in everything. It's not just in war. It's also in sports. It's also in video games. As it turns out, the kids found out that morale exists in video games because they talk about people's mental being broken. You know what that means? That means morale's broken. But the kids don't know it. They call it mental. Your mental's broken, right? It's just another term for morale, which is something that's existed for millennia, right? It's been around for a really long time. The Romans even understood morale. It actually matters a lot. It matters immensely. And something that very much could be added. There aren't many games, by the way, with a morale system in it, so it's something very, very unique and different. It's not something, like I said, I've encountered it in different games, but it's been around a really, really, really long time. Like, in game, it's been around a really, really long time. There just aren't many games that actually use it or showcase it, and there's lots of really cool stuff you can do with it, ranging from cosmetic to things that give you bonuses and debuffs, and all would be fantastic, by the way, and depending on what you're doing. So lots of cool stuff. Good evening, Ooze. Thing we knew from millennia turned out to be true. Millennia is 1,000 years, right? Roman Empire is basically at 0 AD, before and after. I believe it was till like up to 450, which wasn't really Roman Empire at that point. When did the Roman Empire exist? Timeline: 31 BC to 476 AD. And I think it's even further past that. That's just the imperial period. It's further back than that. It actually kind of makes you, like, if you know the meme about the Roman Empire, right? How often do you guys think about the Roman Empire? It actually, if you think about it, guys, a lot of the stuff, they have modern medicine. They were performing, what was it called? They're performing C-sections and basically appendectomies for removing appendix 2,000 years ago. And then we went through 1,500 years of religion, in which basically we went into the Dark Ages and almost everything civilization was lost for about 1,500 years, right? Yeah, and before we know it, we're back in the 1900s, we had a couple world wars, and we're back on track. 1,500 fucking years. That's crazy. That is an absolute shit show of time, of just like fiefdoms and random lords, with serfs. That is ridiculous. And basically the entire world was more or less ran by religion for a long time. Yeah. Public roads, yep. Democracy, yep. But also some slavery, yep. I mean, that existed too, sure. That's existed. It still exists today, by the way. That it's existed in pretty much every point in human history, depending on where you live. That's as old as prostitution. Prostitution's been around a really long time. Can't wait for public baths. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, especially not in the U.S. Well, depending on where you live, you could have public baths already. Japan has public baths, right? The Romans love their public baths. They fucking love that shit. You just go down and hang out at the pool. Yeah, crazy shit. Long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's another one. And this is a true story. There's a lot of really cool shit. I've mentioned before they could 100% make a series, and there have been TV series based on the Roman Empire. Rome being one of them, right? What are some good ones? Rome was a Starz series. No, Rome was a HBO series. Starz had Spartacus, which is actually pretty good in my opinion. Also has a lot of sex in it if you're into that. Some people aren't. Some people see it kind of as porn. It's not. But sex was obviously a huge part of Roman culture, if you're curious about that as well. But it is around, because the Roman Empire was not only did it exist a long time ago, it was extremely well documented. There's historians that were around during the Roman Empire, and then the 1500 years happened of just garbage, with basically the only thing being recorded is more or less is just religion and anything concerning religion for the most part. Yeah. Kind of, it is really, really fucking sad. It really, like, if you ever think about that, you just think, wow, where would humans be if we didn't skip, like, 1,500 years of history, right? Yeah. Not modern, like, they didn't have completely modern medicine, obviously, but performing surgeries is something you can't really look down on at all. Like, understanding how, anatomy functions and being able to actually address certain issues with anatomy. Yeah, crazy. I don't know. Well, never know, guys, because we went into 1,500 years of religion, so, you know. Crazy shit. And just ruined basically by, like, bad emperors is what happened at the end there. They shit it into the ground. You can't have the Spanish Inquisition jokes without the Dark Ages. Also very true. Yeah, imagine. Good stuff, guys. Okay. By the way, I can't see... You show up here when you... I think I need to point this out because some people get cold feet that might want to look at this. You can legit look at this guide and I can't see who you are. It's anonymous, so it just shows up as a random animal at the top. Some people get cold feet. I know, I wouldn't want to see anyone accessing this from Arrowhead. Oh no. He might know. Okay. Added an entry for Morale. Morale is a very, very, very cool mechanic, guys. And that is a hill. I wouldn't die on the hill because, you know, that sounds painful. But it is actually a really cool thing that you could potentially add to your game, depending on how much effort and time you want to put into a morale system. Could actually end up being very, very cool. Play some BetterDivers guide. Oh, it's not out yet. BetterDivers. Not out yet. We have to wait. They have to learn that their true salvation can be found in a Twitch channel first. Let's turn the 10,000 gamers back into 300,000, shall we? Yeah. Stuff. All right, we're at Piss Planet 2. Let's see. All the good things, guys. Okay, I'm gonna go clean out my coffee cup, guys. 1 second. But yes, I used to wear glasses way back in the day. Worn a couple different types of glasses over the years, guys. And we're on contact run right now.
Did you know the scientific term for a group of bugs is a bane of tournaments? The unofficial term is future element 710.
Okay, guys. As mentioned, we're going to be covering the 9000 series for AMD when they launch. Which, supposedly the first 2 weeks of August. They pushed back the launch. So, we will be covering that as I cover every tech launch on stream. Okay. Let's see. Change categories, check. I think we're good to go. We'll see what kind of position the bugs are in tonight. MOAR rock, by the way, boring rock is actually a Dagobah biome. This is another Dagobah biome. Trying to get to the Meridia. Kind of feels like they're trying to get to Meridia. Crooks. Gablah. We'll do some good crooks here too, I'm sure. Lots of people in Fenrir. Let's see. This planet.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Right.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Happy Wednesdays, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far. Oh my god. It's currently 12 in the morning.
Synchronized.
Us here in Europe.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
No scatter.
Engaging
Let's
orbital thrusters.
have the fucking cluster launcher. Yeah, we aren't touching that. We aren't touching that.
Synchronized.
Let's see. Go back to Quasar. Let's change your gun today. What should we use? What should we use? Let's do some Adjudicator. Fucker turning on sacks. Hey, Siwu. Good evening, bro. Bro. What the fuck are you doing? If I was host, I'd 100% kick this guy out. I actually think he just got kicked out, by the way. Right as I left.
The siege upon managed democracy continues. Let us rally to her defense.
Okay, I guess we aren't doing Piss Planet right now. Let's go do Fenrir.
Initiating FTL jump to the Fenrir system.
Only reason I wanted to do Piss Planet is because last night when we played Piss Planet, we had some pretty challenging games. Which is weird, because it's not Crooks, right? Crooks!
Jump complete.
Eradicate! We are not doing Eradicates. Eradicates are boring. Next game.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Let's do that instead. I wish the missions that actually showed up that you can individually select are not new ones, and instead are just missions in progress. There's no way to join missions that are in progress, just like pick them particularly. AFK, because we saw 3 people in here when I clicked on it.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Why is this on 6?
Hellpod launch suspended.
This. I just debate and change difficulty. That's why everyone left. All right. Well, you know, a couple false starts, that'll happen, right?
You're doing democracy's work.
Every day. You've seen the BetterDivers guide.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Yep.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Hey, we're back to meteors. I haven't seen meteors in a while. So meteors started out being really impactful when it happened, then Reddit got them nerfed.
Synchronized.
And really toned down basically the damage that meteors do and the frequency of meteor storms, like they did with the fire tornadoes. unfortunately. Fucking shame.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Hey guys.
Today the light of liberty
What's going on?
waste the skies
At
of this
30
world.
minutes remaining.
Calling down a support
Yep.
weapon.
Yep, and I mean they added it so you could see where they're gonna land, right, based on the light on the ground. That wasn't enough for people. They got them nerfed, so. Well.
Tunnel breach. Requesting air support.
Fighting stalkers over there from the sound of it.
Here comes the cavalry.
Found something.
I don't even know if there's anything down there. Got going on here. Lots of fun things. Okay.
Sending in an eagle.
Sending in an eagle.
Lots of enemies here. Yep. Reddit got everything nerfed. Unfortunately, and then we went into the dark ages of a month and a half of easy mode bugs, which is really boring.
Rare sample
Really,
acquired.
really fucking boring. It looks like it might be just based purely on what we're looking at in fucking front of me right now. There's a lot of fucking meat there.
Reinforcing.
Hey, bud. And he just spit off target on me.
Heavy northeast. Close. Requesting orbital strike.
And, oh, we missed the snoot. Unlike the plasma grenade launcher, the Judicator is very good at dealing with larger enemies.
Calling in reinforcements.
Ammo around here? Fuck, did I hear the samples? They're over there. Yep. And unfortunately, they couldn't handle playing on Diff 7 or turning the difficulty down. Turning the difficulty down turned out to go to Reddit and complain. So, you know. Downside to the Judicator is, hey, look, I have no fucking ammo. So,
Requesting air support. Requesting air support.
Calling in orbital strike.
could use some ammo. Let's see. They still haven't killed Stalker Nest. Yep, there's no place to go. Oh, Diff 10's coming out, so there's that, right? But if you're playing at the highest difficulty prior to the nerfs, it basically lowered what you can play at. And there's no Diff 13, 15 to go to. I've complained a lot about that. Very annoying. like to gather you up. Fuck's okay. Guaranteed damage.
Calling in reinforcements.
Oh, I played when you had to link your account. Everyone got bent out of shape about it. It's something I had to do on day 2, so.
Joining the fray.
Did some fuck just hoover up my kit? Oh, I'm in a different spot. Okay. No, excuse me, guys. Yep. Never used to be optional. And if you actually bought the game, it shouldn't have seemed as though it's optional. Someone picked up my samples, too.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 200 meters.
North. Those poor souls using the fucking,
Close. Sending in an eagle.
using the airburst launcher.
Requesting air support. Bug tunnel breach.
North.
Sending in an eagle.
Good to good.
Bug north.
Yeah, a lot of it started, like, there were people bitching and moaning early on, but a lot of it started after the Sony controversy. People liked, I think a lot of it has to do with people liking, like, the camaraderie feeling of shitting on something, and it just turned into what it is right now, which is people just complain about fucking everything in the game. Regardless of what it is, because they feel as though, like, it gave them feeling like power and
Marking location.
working together with people. Yeah. And people didn't figure out how to fucking turn that off. And there's still people that, like, reference it, like, acting like... What they still go back to, oh, there's, like, Arrowhead still isn't holding up their end of things because there's, like, 170 countries that can't actually play the game yet. And those guys have, like, you know, like, fucking they make $30 a month in Uganda that feeds a family of 4, and they think they're going to buy Helldivers 2 or something. Just because it's something to talk about relating to the thing that already happened, right? And by the way, that was almost completely out of Arrowhead's control. They had to do it because it was part of their contractual agreement with fucking Sony, right? There wasn't really anything they could fucking do about it. No one ever lost, no one ever lost access to their game. And only reports were from people that basically got banned for other reasons. Yeah. And everyone was drinking the Kool-Aid. There was a big streamer at the time that used to play Helldivers 2, I'm not going to name names, and he really rode that thing super fucking hard. And everyone drank that fucking Kool-Aid because he was a big streamer. So I just have to do it. You have to do it for other games, guys. It's not going to go away. You're just going to have to do it in a different game. It's not like this is some sort of world-turning moment or anything. It's just, I don't think it was like completely unprecedented too. Like in gaming history, there was never anything like that where people literally just bitched up a storm about account leaking. Like, it never once happened. And Arrowhead was like, oh, I guess today we're going to turn on the Switch. And then, it was like Friday, and then, like, Monday, they had to come in from the, like, on their weekend, like, manage the shit show that was the Sony controversy. There's, like, legit people that were complaining that they couldn't enjoy their game because the Steam rating was so low. And that never, like, it had absolutely nothing to do with the gameplay quality. Like, the game quality is exactly the same as it was prior to it. Like, people were conflating the idea that the Steam score was how much they could enjoy the game. And I was like, holy fucking shit. While that was happening, it was absolutely, it was bonkers.
Freedom never sleeps.
By the way, you shoot the connectors if you're curious on how to kill those bugs in that situation.
Throwing grenade. New mag. Reloading.
Like my stratagem Dax, please. Thank you. The fucking bugs here. With the plasma grenade launcher, like the ammo efficiency, like you can kill them better with the adjudicator. But to avoid wasting ammo, like you really have to hit those shots. Once again, so you don't run out of ammo. That takes a lot more time. Big heads are much easier to deal with, though.
I need supplies.
Don't we all?
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
So I can kill him in a half a meg, but it takes a whole meg if I just auto it. Yeah. There's a Seif up here.
Negative.
Yeah, like I mean,
Marking location.
I'm not going to say, we've talked about this before, I'm not going to say they can't take paid time off, because they can definitely take their paid time off, right? It was a pretty bad time to take paid time off, though. Like, if they waited, they, like, take the entire month of November off or something, you know, sure, whatever, right? But, like, we went from the Sony controversy into them slowing down development, into a slow month, into, you know, like,
I need supplies.
the player base, like, dropping off, too, which, you know, they aren't completely responsible for. But, you know. It was just a bad case of timing, in my opinion, for, like, everything just coming together. Basically, we had no updates for the most part in June. Excuse me, July.
Requesting air support.
Yeah. That's just really bad timing. You can take your paid time off. Maybe if they took it off in, you know, November or something, it would have been better, though. Like in the U.S., for instance, people generally take their paid time off in November and December, right, for Christmas. And generally speaking, companies aren't really productive from, like, the middle of December until, like, the middle of January. They just don't do anything for the most part. They'll be there, but they aren't really working. Some of them are kind of working. You know, retail is obviously working super hard.
Throwing grenade.
Great. Yeah, who's gonna do it next, huh? Huh? No. Who's next? Oh, he got it off.
Reinforcing.
We're gonna wait a sec.
Get some. Get some.
Hey, bud. Guess we got holes over there.
Sending in an eagle.
Moved from the artillery piece to this. No, it's still on the artillery piece. Guys, I need to get my HP back here. 1 second. Excuse me, my stam. Alright.
Reinforcing. Requesting air support. Ah! Say hello to democracy.
No.
Mag's empty.
We're gonna do right about, oh, no. That's going there. We're dead.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting air support.
The AI for the bugs is a little bit different than what it used to be, so there's definitely
Orbital strike.
some finagling where it feels like it probably should have been alright, and that wasn't clearly alright. Great strategy. I mean, it was a good spot, it just, you know, I died. So. Wow, that takes so much ammo to shoot the sack. It gives you red markers, too. It's a weird thing about it.
We've got equipment.
Okay, there.
Requesting air support.
They still need to increase the damage for the corrosive bugs. After they changed the projectile so that one projectile can't hit you multiple times, the damage on the ticks and biotine as well. Ticks, biotine, and corrosive bugs was greatly reduced. And they never really changed that. Where you're like, some of the streams you get hit by them for the corrosive bugs, you're just dead.
Package acquired.
Let's see,
Dropping
napalm.
package.
Napalm? Guys.
Sending in an eagle.
They have like this fucking thing for the Biotines now where they'll hit you. They'll hit you for like one or two of the little spittle things. We live in a day and age where the kids don't realize what exposed armor looks like. This is where Helldive's gone, guys. Like, you didn't need a Royce rail cannon on that. You could legit saw that his armor was missing on his leg and shot it. The kids nowadays, they don't make Helldivers like they used to.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Let's see, we got 2 explosives. Let's see if we can find the other 2 shells. The high
Package
yield.
acquired. Dropping package. Sending in an eagle.
Mind if I do? There might be one more. I've even seen them outside now. Balls. There's definitely another shell here. Or- Want to be anywhere near the guy with the flamethrower. Alright. Whatever. Fine. Fine.
Never got. Requesting air support.
Liberty.
The hunters definitely have a little bit different AI now.
Requesting air support.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital strike. Reloading.
Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm.
Last reload. Throwing supply beacon.
Good? Good, good. They changed in the last couple days, they've changed the lethality of the hunters a little bit where they attack faster. Sometimes they'll stop. I've seen hunters backpedal, which they've never done before. Dead. Don't want to miss it when it's in the stagger, because sometimes you get desync, and that's even worse than you need to miss opportune shot, inopportune shot.
Engaging terminal.
Yeah. Let's see. For the nest. Pretty good. They're more agile. They tend to attack faster. The radius on them is a little bit higher for their cleave, where it actually hits.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Sample collected. Mag's empty.
Double reload. Okay.
Requesting air support.
Double reload. I've had a triple reload before. Excuse you.
Rare sample acquired.
Enemy elite. Northwest.
Find some ammo here. No. 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 They do like no damage now compared to what they used to do though.
Sending in an eagle. Bug tunnel breach. Calling in orbital strike.
Wait, where the fuck did my laser dog go? I never picked it up? What the fuck is that? I'm literally trying to focus on using the adjudicator because I haven't used it in a while. I just completely forgot my laser. Excuse me, guys. I'll be with you guys in 1 second here. We have to go, have some business to take care of. Business meeting with my laser dog.
Dropping a pin. Southwest, 300 meters. Thank you.
Yep. Good. Good evening, Chia. They polished the community's most hated enemy, the humanity. Yeah, it was kind of weird. The whole... It reminded me a lot, like, the Sony controversy reminded me a lot of, like, what happened in Titanfall. When Titanfall came out on Twitch, everyone was really, really into it. Then a lot of big content creators realized how fast-paced it was, and they weren't really good at it, and then just started shitting all over it. And that was the end of Titanfall. Also, the cheaters didn't help things. Lots of cheaters. Let's see.
Affirmative.
A lot of games have cheaters in them now. People just fucking stream and cheat. Yeah, it was extremely fast-paced gameplay, too. Really isn't any other game like Titanfall. I didn't play Titanfall 2 at all, but I played Titanfall. Very fast gameplay and very, very fluid conversion between the ground gameplay and the mech gameplay. It was actually really, really fucking cool. Very, very, very fucking cool. They got that down pat. The mech gameplay was great, and the ground gameplay was great, and transitioning back and forth between the two felt so smooth. It was butter. Why does nobody watch me? Good question. I mean, that's kind of the case in point of Twitch as a whole, is why have I never made it as a broadcaster? That's a good question. I've been streaming for over 10 years. It will be 12 years. 12 years in August this year. Crazy. I wouldn't still be streaming if I didn't enjoy it. It doesn't pay my bills, guys. If you didn't realize, I don't pay my bills as a streamer.
Rare sample acquired. Enemy elite west, 100 meters. Dropping a pin east, 300 meters. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh, summon the light beacon of Gondor, guys. Summon all the kids to the yard. It's a really good question, though, is why have I never made it? I used to be a bigger streamer. You know what's really painful? It isn't becoming a dead streamer. It's literally becoming a dead streamer. Someone talks about becoming a dead streamer because he has 7,000 people watching him. And I'm like, bro, you've never been to the bottom. Yeah, the parkour, the wall running, which other games have tried to duplicate, and still to this day, I don't think they've ever done nearly as well. Oh my god. He just shot through the other guy. Double back. Yeah. Crazy day we live in.
Reporting to the front.
Yeah. The ground gameplay and the fluidity, like Apex was made by the same developers as Titanfall, right? I think it's Respawn. It's made by the same developers, but in Apex the movement is actually worse than it is in Titanfall. If you play both the games, they toned it down for Titanfall. They toned it down for Apex to make it easier on the kids. Yeah. Yeah, that's something. It was not only that, it was faster. The gameplay was also faster in Hey guys. Very rude. I'm talking right now. My worst enemy is literally discussions. It's not the... Oh my god, that's literally gonna fucking kill people. No, 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 no. That was a very unsafe cluster. My mortal enemy, guys, is literally talking to people.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
But yeah, Apex gameplay is slower, and the parkour, even though there is parkour in Apex, isn't as good. It's not as fast as Titanfall was. I think... That guy just got squished. I think they thought it was, like, that'd make things better, and they just tried to basically make it more casual, as is the case with the aim assist in the game, if you guys have heard about that. Where basically pros are swapping to...
You have maintained our way of life.
Pros swapped the controller because the aim assist on the controller was so good that it actually is just better than playing on keyboard and mouse, which is insane. That's, yeah, that's not a best case scenario for a highly competitive game. That being said, people cheat. A shitload of people cheat in competitive game now, anyways. So maybe it's not even really. It's just adjacent to the fucking cheating problem. It's not like, oh look, people are cheating, therefore everyone's gonna get shit on. No, they cheat on controller, or they cheat in with an actual aimbot. I liked Apex. I wanted to go back to it, and I watched one of the bigger streamers, and they're clearly like linear snapping to things behind walls just out of nowhere. We talked about this a couple different times, and like the same guy, like whenever he pulled out something you couldn't aim with, such as a med kit, it would stop. It was very obvious the guy has a fucking aimbot running in the background. Either that or he programs macros to do that, which also would be insane, but that's the only possibility. Is it's like some sort of debate thing with macros. Alright. Pretty good. Spent the majority of that BSing with chat, too, instead of paying attention. Fucking crazy. It always changes within studios. I wouldn't be surprised the two teams are very different. I mean, I don't think so. I think they transitioned everyone to Apex from Titanfall. I don't think there's anything left for Titanfall itself. And I think it was an internal decision to make the game more agreeable for the masses. Something more people are willing to play. I've mentioned before, there's actually a place, as you guys have seen with the BetterDivers guide, there's all sorts of cool shit I've come up with over the years for different games. And in the case of Apex, they could have added alternate game mode. Eradicate, we don't do this. They could add an alternate game mode with mechs in it. And you go, how would that be possible? Because mechs are OP. Yes, mechs are OP. But imagine different stages in the game in which teams would fight over the opportunity to use a mech. So you have a capture point on the map itself in the Battle Royale, in which it's closing, and teams fight basically to gain control of a mech that they then can use to late game. And of course, if you don't have a mech, you're going to be at a disadvantage. But if you've played Titanfall, you know there's still ways of winning when you don't have a mech, right? I think it honestly would... This is back before, by the way, before it became prevalent that people had objectives in their battle royales, such as Fortnite does now with all the side shit you can do, which never used to be a thing. It also kind of adds to the idea that you can do stuff in a long 40-minute game, right? There's more things you can do along the way other than just gathering loot. Yeah. It is. Yep. I think, personally, from a streamer standpoint, unless I plan to cheat myself, I think, like, actually competitive games are dead from a streaming standpoint. It's just, it's way too easy to do, and there's almost no way to get caught, so... I think you can be the dumbest person in the world, and as long as you perform well, you basically get paid to do it. Another corrosive biome. That's really weird. Is this just a repeat of the last map? No, it's not. I mean, it's the same biome, but it's a different map.
Sending in an eagle. Bug tunnel breach. Dropping a pin. Northwest.
Crazy.
100 meters. Requesting
Oh, you
sentry.
got it, bro. You're fine. I believe in you. Let's go over to the nest right here.
Sending in an eagle.
But yeah, I mean, you'd be at a disadvantage, don't get me wrong, and it would lead to teaming, so multiple teams would probably try to kill someone in a mech, right? But it'd also lead to very, very cool dynamics inside of their game. I still think that's a really good game mode for that game.
Rare sample acquired.
There's a lot of cool stuff you can actually do inside of games. Even some of the stuff we suggested inside of Helldivers 2, for instance, such as the mech customizer, cosmetics, being able to change what's inside of your ship and how it basically, what you do with it. Where are you going, bro? What? Oh my god. One moment, please. Bile Titan Chan, we need to have a talk about your pathfinding. Fiddlemate, there we go. Much better. Oh, I bet you thought you could kill me just now, didn't you?
Bug-eyes, spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Calling
Dead.
in orbital strike.
Eventually, I hope they, like, so you don't realize it, but this game itself, guys, even though it's a PvE game, oh, we're fucked. That guy's super angsty, too. I don't want to be around that. I got stuck. You don't realize it, but even though this is a PvE game, there's plenty of places where you can actually be competitive in a PvE environment, and it doesn't need to be a stat-based time run in, like, fucking World of Warcraft or something. If you make the games hard enough and difficult enough to actually deal with, you basically have something that can be very challenging without it actually being a PvP game. And there's also ways of instituting PvP in the game, which we've discussed in the BetterDivers guide, without making it Destiny, which is everyone that suggests PvP for this game is they try to turn it into Destiny. That's stupid. Like a FPS RTS hybrid, controlling the bugs and trying to just hold survivors back, Helldivers back without basically being a complete threat to them, as is the case for Left 4 Dead 2. A lot of really, really cool shit you can do. Lots of games have potential. PlanetSide 2 have potential. Yeah, it can. It's not necessarily where you're competing against people in the game you're in right now, either. It's not really like you're not trying to fight against fellow Helldivers. Maybe you would, depending on kind of if they're assholes, but I'm just wandering around right now, guys, and talking. My worst enemy is literally chat, so
Requesting air support.
you are sabotaging me by attempting to talk to me. You're consuming my brain cycles that are otherwise devoted to the game. Good stuff.
Tagging map. South, 50 meters.
Double reload. I even fired like 3 shots. Ah, good shit. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff. In Apex, I still think that they could make mechs part of the gameplay. And once again, it's not like giving everyone a mech. It's not like giving every team a mech. But imagine there being 3 mechs total that are available to a 100-person lobby, right? Or however many people are currently in Apex.
New mag. Dropping a pin. West, 50 meters.
And then you fight over them. Teams fight over them. And you can pick and choose when to actually dive for one and when to actually leave and when to third party. And yeah, exactly. Imagine having 3 chained mechs in the lobby in which you have to basically break the chains and capture it over the course of time. And they're very, very visible and everyone knows about them. And then other people try to basically get the power spike, right? Exactly. Objectives in Battle Royales have went back to one of the first games with objectives in Battle Royales, beyond actually just winning, is Realm Royale, I believe is what it's called. If you guys remember that, the magic-based Battle Royale. Yeah. Realm Royale. That was actually a really, really cool Battle Royale. A really, really cool idea for one. It died out, though. It popped and fizzled on Twitch. Very cool concept. Just the same as what's the other magic-based one? I played that for like 6 months, and I started getting stream. Not 6 months, like 3 months. I started getting stream sniped constantly. Very annoying.
My life for Super Earth!
Let's see. This is... Oh, that's going right there. Oh. Are we gonna be dead? I'm dead. That was literally on my face. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And it's not necessarily like it'd be like staggered release too, so it wouldn't be like... You could put one at the beginning of the game, and then like one maybe halfway into the game, and then one close to the final circles, right? And then it'd get more and more intense, and then obviously people, other squads would attempt to intercept them. And if you want to make rules, you could make something like a, you know, like a squad can't have more than one mech, right? Something like that. There's all sorts of things you can do. On here.
I repeat, reinforcement ready.
Even the guy's saying it. The fuck is this guy doing?
Requesting orbital strike! Reinforcing!
I'm literally just gonna start spamming the button until it's I don't know what the fuck. So the other guy was in combat. Blue was not in combat. I'm not sure exactly what the fuck that guy's doing. It's one thing if you wait a little bit to see whether or not teammates spawn them, right? Because they're closer. It's another thing if you just, you know, it's like a minute and then just no one's respawning. But anyways, there's a lot of opportunity in which you could add them and stagger them and make them relatively balanced. Or is it still going to be unfair to people without them? Yes, but also is a risk-reward behavior, right? Risk-reward is really important in games. You just don't give things to people for free. Unless, you know, if they're power spiky, you don't just give them to people for free. Change your heart. Let's go right here.
Requesting air support! Rare sample acquired.
Clusters kind of work on the Crossing Spitters, but not really. Just somewhat work. Eagles work much better. Good shit, though. It's a lot of really cool games over the years, guys. This actually really makes me kind of sad and nostalgic when you see like something really good and a really cool concept that just fucking dies. And you're like, why did that die? It was actually really good. It's like crypto. I mean, I've dealt with crypto for years, and some projects are really good, and they just die out. The fucking market just doesn't like it.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
By the way, if we were using the tenderizer right now, well, the tenderizer is actually pretty decent. It is absolutely terrible against corrosive spitters, corrosive bugs. He's too scared. Fuck you guys.
Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Tagging that. Northeast. This far.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Bag's empty.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
And we don't want to go over there because we got an incinerator bro that's being a dumbass. I like having my sample or my syringes. Thank you very much. Go all the way around. Away from. Yeah. Plan Site 2 was, I mean, depending on how long you've seen my channel for, I streamed it for 2 years. Another game I really can't go back to, but it was a very cool, very fun game. Bro, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Oh, I guess I'll use a syringe. Alright. Gold barrels. Let's go north and to the nest. We had to basically tether the AI to the point right here by going to it. Go do the nest up north now. Plan Site 2 is a pretty cool game. Another game with a lot of potential. Yeah. Yeah, I hate the guy too. He smells, doesn't he?
New mag.
Tenderizer takes absolute boatloads of ammo to kill corrosive bugs. Luckily, you have grenades and grenade pistols, so.
Eagle back in the fight.
A lot of shit there. Let's go take a
Requesting air
peek.
support.
Attack underway.
Enemy elite, northeast, 50 meters. Calling in orbital strike.
Got his arm. Dead.
Sending in an eagle. You will never destroy our way of life.
Dead.
Bug tunnel breach. Tagging map, northeast, 50 meters.
I'm kind of curious. Maybe I should try using the. Huh.
Sending in an eagle.
Try using the new armor. Excuse you. No. New armor with this, the Judicator.
Requesting air support. New mag. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Frame rate, please.
Sending in an eagle. Get some. Get some.
Is there legit a fucking teammate in the middle of that? There's no way.
An eagle never misses.
Requesting air support.
Stomach gun, it is gun.
Say hello to democracy. New man.
Enemy down, baby.
Some juicy.
Feels good.
And garbage. My teammate just run through here and pick up the samples in the middle of the explosions and leave? Fuck is this? Sounded that way. Let's go east because this guy's going to the nest that I said I was going to. The weird thing about the armor for medkits and grenades is it does not prorate pickups. So when you pick up, it only helps on drops. So if you pick up stuff, it just increases your capacity. It doesn't increase the amount of grenades you get from ammo on the ground, which is really fucking weird. Same thing with the meds. So even though picking up meds on the ground gives you 4, if you have...
Requesting air support. Get some. Get some.
if you have the armor that gives you 6, it doesn't give you 6, it only gives you 4, which is
Bug hive.
weird.
Sending in an eagle.
To say the least. Very weird. Tenderizer is pretty cool because you can do some interesting things with it, such as you can limb chargers, if you didn't know. You can kill a charger with the Tenderizer by limbing it, and it's actually faster than killing it with anything else. It takes anywhere from 1 to 2 megs, depending on how you do it. He's here! Summon the other... I know. For some reason, green is now going over here. We're going to go north and do the nest. The guy abandoned for some reason. So what happens if you go to the wrong area, guys? The AI just gives up. So we got to go back and retether him to the nest.
Requesting air support. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
What the fuck is that? Oh, relatively spicy biome, guys. We aren't dying. None of our teammates seem to be dying that much, but it's more difficult than normal. Once again, while it's not a catch-all for everything, guys, you can tell basically how easy it is based on how many people are alive on average. So not just me. Ow. No, Lazy Dog tries his best to kill me, but, you know, it's not enough. Closed already? Bugged?
Throwing grenade!
So someone in the match is probably cheating. My guess is green, and he's stream sniping me. We get shit like that. Oh, look, you just happened to randomly disconnect. Uh-oh, that makes complete sense. Oh, bud, weird, huh? We triggered the AI. Next game. Did my game crash? Ping's still running.
Mission
Connected everyone.
coordinates
No,
locked.
just the lobby.
Hellpods primed.
Rah-rah, Scoops! You just happened to randomly disconnect.
Engaging
Well, that's
orbital
kind of weird.
thrusters.
Okay. After we gave voices, or not voices, verbal communication and
Orbit
orders,
synchronized.
it happened to coincide with that. Weird, huh? Let's try doing the tenderizer. If we were going against corrosive bugs, it's going to be very difficult, but I'll give this a shot, too. Rah-rah, Scoops! Feelings of bots. Easy bugs are boring, and bots are more fun to play against. Hard bots aren't fun to play against because they just snipe your face and you die. Challenging bugs, on the other hand, are a lot more fun to play against than bots. As I mentioned earlier tonight when we were talking in the podcast section, they're eventually going to have to go through and probably retool the bots to make them actually enjoyable to play against, and that's going to take a significant amount of effort. And deciding how they want to function. Hey, bitch. Like my tender... Excuse me. Okay. Got the syringe off. Let's see, where is this? Right there. Motherfuck. No. 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 That guy, he's fucking fat. Fuck off, Joel. Fuck off. Get the fuck away from me. You can literally see him in my fucking camera chasing me.
Requesting air support. Fire in the hole!
That's, by the way, where we talked about different attack lists for the stalkers. That was, or not stalkers, the chargers. That's like the fast trot. Like a power walk they come at you with. Hear you. I can hear you. Good job, Blaze Dog.
Objective located. West.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Yeah, that's the power walk attack where they'll like to do the slow trot towards you, and then they hit you with the ground pound at the end of it.
Get some! Get some! Calling down a support weapon. Calling in reinforced. Package acquired. Dropping package. Heavy.
Good shit.
Requesting sentries.
Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh, so even if you can kind of use it as a general indicator, is people generally they don't want to die, right? So they'll try to survive.
Found something. Sending in an eagle.
Out right there.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Heavy. 50 meters.
They'll try to survive.
New mag.
So at the very least, you can use it kind of as a general indicator of how difficult things are. And you can tell at the end there, like the last mission, we had like what 12 reinforcements, and we're almost done.
Bug hive spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Sample collection. Sending in an eagle.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. No.
Requesting sentry.
Got through him. By the way, with big heads, how you deal with them with the tenderizers, you leg them. You take off one side of legs completely, and then one, like a half a leg on the other side, and they die. Actually, you can squirm around with half their legs removed, and then you gotta take like half of another leg in order to kill them. Yep. Tough.
Calling
Yes.
down a sentry.
One second, guys.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Thanks for the likes on TikTok, by the way. Appreciate it.
Eat this. Calling down a
That's it.
support weapon.
Yep.
Requesting advanced weapon.
Nope, that's just the random hole on the side of the extraction port. You chop the leg, you chop the other leg, and they're dead.
Support.
If you only chop off one side, though, they turn into like a fucking Edward Scissorhands scenario. That guy's still alive. If you do it fast, you can actually kill him faster than using the adjudicator.
Sending in an eagle.
Sure. Yeah, that doesn't happen to me.
Requesting air support.
I get SEAL Team 6. I don't host my own games because I get SEAL Team 6, and literally everything's gone in the first fucking 10 minutes of the game, and we extract. I lay on the ground, and all I do the entire game is collect samples, and it's really, really boring.
Sending in an eagle.
I haven't, like, if you're talking about bots, on the other hand, bots, you know, you routinely run out of lives on. Sometimes you can't even finish all objectives, right? Oh, there's a Joel barrel.
Supplies. Bugs. West.
As mentioned, the BetterDivers guide, they should really start spawning. Should start spawning strikes from across the map, and it doesn't do that.
Destroyed.
It's weird how you can just blow those up and nothing spawns out of them. It's some sort of limit, engine limitation.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Engaging terminal.
Or
Tagging location. Cancel that. Northwest. I got the terminal. Never mind. Objective located. Northwest. On the way. Engaging. I'll take it.
dead. Good. Clutching's pretty fun though. You don't get to clutch often, especially against bugs.
Calling down a support weapon.
Lots of smalls for some reason.
Last reload.
Might be ammo here somewhere. Ace or two.
Calling down a sentry.
The objectives. Some of the evac points too.
Requesting
But
sentry.
not look like it has one.
Heavy. Southeast. 50 meters.
You guys enjoy watching me run around to buttons and push the buttons? This is what they pay me the big bucks for in 10-cent increments, along with making the BetterDivers cheat sheet. Oh, I could really use that. That is nowhere near me. Fun. One of the biggest problems with basically all the assault rifles, SMGs, DMRs is they don't have ammo. Their max mags is really low.
I don't believe it!
That's what I'm talking about. In the BetterDivers guide, we have an entry for basically, I think I call it the Fist of Democracy. Basically, you show up to, you can dive into missions that are like diff 6 to 8. If you queue as quick play as a diff 9, you have the opportunity to dive into diff 6 through 8 when they have 0 lives left and there's a position open. And people are dead in the squad, they can basically request a Helldiver in like diff 6 through 8. Which I honestly think would be pretty fucking cool. Because it's like a mentoring system. It's a mentoring system in addition to, let's leave now, everyone's here. I don't need to push buttons anymore. In addition to basically saving people. It's like a wet dream for the Helldiver who gets to play the hero, as well as, you know, people that are basically about to lose, right? You can essentially request a mentor from a higher level difficulty to come save things for you.
Close.
Yeah. Here every day, guys. Every fucking day. Almost every day. It's type exclamation point BetterDivers. It's a spreadsheet I've made over the last month or so. It's basically the culmination of everything we've talked about on the stream for the last 4 months. 5 months. You played the game 6 months now? Yeah. All the good things. I just fucking missed that. Excuse me, sir. What if I just come over here? Go down here? Uh-oh. You gotta be fucking shitting me. The beetle popped up in front of me and blocked my path. I probably would have been fine, too, if I didn't have a fucking stratagem out. That's fucking hilarious.
Tagging location. Cancel that. Stop. Tunnel breach.
I just fucking died. It's basically what bugs have been around for like the last 2 months. Is usually you just die in the most stupid way possible, and it's almost nothing to do with it just being too hard. It's just.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Requesting air support.
Completely preventable.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
No, this is not what we want. Need to get rid of my teammates before they come over here.
You mad?
Did Bob put my grenade?
A nice cup of liberty.
There we go. Thanks for the likes on TikTok. I appreciate it, guys.
Enemy patrol. North.
My mortal nemesis. People talking to my stream. Oh no!
Calling down a support weapon.
Using a slightly different build today, which I don't normally use too. Takes a little bit, connects different neurons.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Let's go north and check out the samples up here, as well as the poo-poo tree, which is gonna have samples too.
Marking location. South. Never mind. Enemy elite. South. 50 meters.
Talk about shit for ages. Absolutely ages. It actually makes you realize, like, when you have people talking in your stream, it makes you realize how easy it is to stream, like, if you have actually people discussing things in your stream. Because you can play off basically any topic matter.
Marking location. Never mind.
Which bigger streamers could. I once was a big streamer.
50 meters.
Then they locked me in a rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Rats make me crazy. Great. And found the butt plug. Good stuff.
Calling down a sentry.
Butt plug?
sample acquired.
Trees always have some resources around the bottom, guys. Dead. Almost dead. Look at this. They can, like, you guys don't even realize if you start chopping off the legs how long those things can fucking survive. Absolutely crazy. You don't realize it until you start limbing.
Sending in an eagle. Rare sample acquired. Requesting sentry.
Right.
Down a sentry. Calling down a
It's actually a pretty cool way to game. Back when they released the mega patch, the last mega patch, like 2 months ago. Those were grubs, by the way, which were added last week.
Enemy elite.
Back when they released the mega patch, I actually like postulated that limbing was going to become a bigger deal, and the only gun you can really seem to limb well with is the tenderizer, which is really weird because you assume it would be the stalwart, right? Because the stalwart has a better modifier and it fires faster and basically does more damage. It's not.
New mag. Rare sample acquired. Heavy on my position.
Crazy world. I know impact grenades. I like having the time duration on them. Time duration allows you time to reposition units over the top of them and get away, as opposed to just doing instant damage. That I find more useful. Like when I'm corralling mobs, it allows me to reposition the mobs over the top of the grenade and get it behind the mobs too, and get in a better position. Hey guys.
Sending in an eagle.
What's going on here?
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, what the fuck is that? Very juicy. Ish. That's just normal juicy.
Freedom forever! Fire in the hole!
Yes.
Requesting air support! Calling in extraction!
No. No, I know you want to bitch slap me. No.
Mag's empty!
I haven't used my grenade pistol like at all.
Have a taste of
Do a little bit of that. There we go. Got it. Go away. Go away. Go away.
Requesting sentry!
No, that's mine. I already liked him. And we're getting hit by rocket turrets. I love it. Oh, man. Wait, you can't move when I reload. I swear you just made car sounds. The bugs make weird car sounds now. It sounds like a horn. I've heard chargers make this sound too.
Reloading! Requesting air support!
T-minus 30 seconds.
Bruh. This. I swear it feels like my aim is sometimes just getting bopped up into the air out of nowhere, and I have no idea why.
Reinforcing!
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Reloading! How'd you like the taste of? How'd you like the taste of freedom?
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1. Preparing for touchdown.
Bro, you legit gotta be fucking kidding me, P3. Like, who in whose right mind did you decide to launch a fucking airburst point blank into a charger that we're both... How did you fucking survive is actually a better question. Because how the fuck did you survive that?
Requesting air support.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Fuck is...
Blood injury. Calling in reinforcements.
Bruh. 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 Are we leaving now? Does everyone have all their samples? Do we pick up the loot? Okay, everyone's here. But...
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Okay, D1 somehow just died to the fucking charger! You gotta be kidding me!
Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support.
This is like literally, I don't...
Reinforcing.
Launch countdown complete. We have to
Bro.
leave now. Extraction complete.
What the fuck is going on? You gotta be shitting me. What the fuck was this? Some sort of clown show at the end of this mission? You gotta be kidding me. Are you squatted with viewers? Nope. I don't play with viewers. You're just too good. As it happens, whenever I host games, I just get SEAL Team 6 in my games, meaning everything is instantaneously done in 10 minutes. I literally just walk around the map picking up samples, and then we extract. It is the most boring thing in the world. So, I generally do not play with viewers. Occasionally viewers get into my games, and that's putting aside the sus shit, too, where you get people cheating. Occasionally viewers do get into my games, like I'm not trying specifically to keep people out, but also people sometimes are annoying assholes, which is also not fun. But gamers like showing off. Yeah. Yes, they do. Yeah. You're too good for my games, Gabriel. That's the way it works. You're just too good, man. Maybe someday. Maybe someday when the games are more difficult. I actually like lone wolfing. Unless my teammates need my help, which usually is not the case anymore, I generally just run away and do my own thing.
Destroyer has left squadron.
400 kills, huh? You didn't see like anything in the entire match.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Allied thrusters.
No. Not everyone's that way. I oftentimes put aside people like SEAL Team 6 showing up in my game, Sus Team 6 showing up in my game. We also get people that like to handhold, like they literally just chase me around the entire map when I'm trying to solo stuff and, like, you know, do all the other objectives. And as such, yeah, they get stuck under my feet. And then I can't do what I'm trying to do while being solo. And then they try to get on screen too, which just makes it even worse. And I'm just... I used to host my own games for like 3 months. And I just stopped.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Yeah, scatter. No, can't make fun of anyone. I would agree with that, but you don't really need teamwork in
synchronized.
Bugs. Bots sometimes you need teamwork. Bugs usually you don't. You used to, and then they made it easy because Reddit complained. And you know what I think about that. Fuck Reddit. Yeah. Hey, bro, are you going over here? Man, I want to go over here and help too, man. Why? Oh, you're gonna go over here? Oh, you're gonna shoot at this guy over here? I need to shoot him. And it's not even like a backup role. It's like just like coming after you. They just like legit have to shoot the same fucking shit and throw stratagems in the same exact spot that you're throwing stratagems in. Like we're all just sitting here holding hands together trying to enjoy ourselves or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'll just join the rando games. I'm showing you the organic Helldiver experience, which includes me just sitting on the drop screen. Overwatch. Yeah. And then you get the one guy that has to... I fucking hate people that shoot over your shoulder. Like, there are 5 million angles. This isn't Counter-Strike. There's 5 million angles in this game, guys. You can pick infinite numbers of angles in this game, and they choose to shoot over your shoulder, like, in the most unsafe way possible. Just like they have to be, like, right next to you with their shots. And you're like, bro, why do you need to be there? Why do you need to be... What is going on? Why do you need to be there, bro? You don't need to take that shot. So they, in my experience, they fixed the drop locks roughly 2 weeks ago with a hotfix. I've not gotten a drop lock since. Usually when you see this, either we have a really, really slow host right now, or they're actually on the exit screen right now and they beat the mission. So it'll probably fix itself in like maybe a minute or two, even though it's faster to restart. Yeah. The really weird and awkward part is when I take an autocannon and you get another guy that has an autocannon and then he just puts his hand on your barrel and you're like, whoa, bro, that's a little too close. And he just sits there like holding you. You're like, what the fuck is going on, man?
Objective critical stratagem available.
Mind if I help you, man? Because, you know, obviously they can reload it because they have the autocannon pack. Also on the BetterDivers guide, even though Airhead really doesn't want you to do it, you should be able to reload from other people's packs. That's not my idea. That's been on Reddit, and I fully agree with that. A stalker nest? That is a stalker nest. Hey, bro, how's it going, man? No. If only Joel taught you how to go across that little gap of water. Gone.
Dropping package.
What?
Requesting air support.
Yeah. You see the little question mark with like kind of a reduced find radius is almost always a stalker nest. You can identify stalker nests also by the little points on them. They look kind of like little jagged castles as well, and webbing. Eventually, if you see them enough, you can identify them pretty easily. Yeah. Well, you have to have stuff to shoot at when it happens, so.
Reinforcing! Sending in an eagle!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Bug out folks
There you go.
spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Excuse you. Excuse you.
Reloading!
Really weird thing with the grenade pistol is sometimes it feels like, see if we can get him on. Oh, okay. Phase out, please. Nope. Perfect. Is the grenade pistol doesn't feel like it's...
Last reload!
There you go. Like there's like a range on it. Did I hit him with the... I'm pretty sure I hit him. So this is, what, 3 Quasars now? We have a mutated Bile Titan? Excuse you, bro. Most damage I've seen a Bile Titan take is... There we go. 2 500 kgs. 2 500 kgs and 3 Quasars. Like guaranteed damage, not like whoopsie-doodle and miss something. You can see the blood start spurting out of it after it hits it, so you know it's actually hit. Yeah. I think we have any ammo here. Let's check real quick. Oh.
Sample collected.
Good. Oh my God, Sanjo. Good evening.
Requesting air support.
Hi. Just out of nowhere, it feels so weird and awkward whenever you see the other guy with the autocannon just like grab your autocannon, because you basically never Basically never use the team reloads in the game. Arguably, I'd say it's actually worse from like a objective gameplay perspective, from like a tactical perspective. You do less damage when you have two people using the same autocannon as opposed to two people with autocannons. Because you're having basically the fire rate of the autocannon itself. And two people firing at independent targets at the same time, because it doesn't double your damage. Same thing can be said about any of the team reloads in the game, assuming you have an option to do it. He's here! He's here! Call for backup! He's here! Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, please fucking stop. He's here, brown man! Oh my god! The one! The Dovahkiin is here, please! Oh my god, 2 Bile Titans? Wow!
You man!
Gonna take a little bit to gather them up. That should be right. Okay. We need to get the other bile. Bro, fuck off, E4. That's legit a fucking. Fuck off, E4! Like, I was fucking fine till this fucker showed up! This is why I don't play around people! I legit am dealing with a Diff 9 fucking hellstorm, and what kills me? What fucking kills me isn't the fucking boatload of enemies chasing me. It's literally the fucker that decides he has to throw a cluster bomb in there. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Calling down a sentry. Orbital inbound.
And it seems like someone was shooting grenade launcher rounds at me just now. Who has a grenade launcher? No one. He needs my help! I'll help him out, bro! Don't you worry! You know, like legit, I am kiting, I am working my magic like an art form. I'm working my fucking magic, and the guy decides he has to throw an impact nade in the middle of what I'm doing. And then he throws it in again, too. Like, right where I am. Not like on the stuff behind me. Not on the stuff behind me. Like, he legit throws it on top of me. He fucking left us now! How would you want to bet that's someone from the stream? That's fucking hilarious. Why do I stream? Why do I play alone, guys? You got the answer right there in a nutshell. I was gathering up all those fuckers, guys. I was ready to fucking throw 500 kg on the Bile Titan.
Say hello to democracy.
Ready to throw the 500 kg, like gather up both the Bile Titans and get like a twofer on them, and then we just start getting hit by impact grenades. I can almost always predict what the bugs are gonna do until Joel changes their behavior. You can't fucking predict what people are gonna do though, because they aren't your enemy, right? They generally aren't your enemy. They're there to make everything better. Oh.
Requesting air support. Reinforcing.
Like, to someone else, you'd probably look at that and go, oh, you're fucked. But that wasn't the case at all. Hence why I was running a nice, tight circle on them, gathering everyone up.
Sending in an eagle.
Did I shoot his back leg? I don't know where my shot just went. Didn't finish the radar, by the way.
Got a sample.
I'll help you up, bro! Don't you worry, man! I got your back! And then he just fucking throws impacts on my face. You think that's like a one-time thing? I've had that happen multiple fucking... There's a reason that I just kind of run off and do my own thing and come together to help my teammates out cautiously, and then I run away when it seems like there's enough cooks in the kitchen. Missed. And reverse about 270.
I'm on it.
Yep.
I got the terminal. Mission map updated. Calling in reinforcements.
Let's go take care of the stalker nest now. I will say, compared to the plasma grenade launcher, the tenderizer and adjudicator both deal with medium-sized. Well,
Reinforcements on the way.
is that a mini nuke? Here. Actually, no.
Map. Northeast.
No, you can't have
300
my...
meters.
You can't have that. That's mine. He's here! He's here, man! Call from backup! I'll save him. I'll save Streamer Chan.
Requesting air support.
Streamer Kun! I'm here for you! And throws an impact on my face.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining. New mag.
Sending in an eagle.
Probably should reload right now.
Rare sample acquired.
That's new, by the way. I don't think I've seen that.
Requesting orbital strike.
So if you notice the webbing I got stuck on the way in, the webbing, they've always had webbing on them in various forms, but I don't think I've seen that where that way was actually blocked so I can walk through it. They constantly change the tiles, guys, subtly. A new way of doing this.
Reinforcing. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Yeah. Alright, good to go. Another one. Death sounds? It might have been death sounds. Let's do that since we're in a lull right now, even though I had 3 of them.
Orbital inbound.
Garbage.
Got a sample.
Yep. And let's see what's over here. Good to get.
Allied destroyer joining.
You're blasting, man. You're blasting.
Combat zone.
I was blasting too, and then my teammate threw impact nades on me. I was in the zone, literally kiting that giant fucking blob of enemies around that were all trying to kill me. Dropping fucking clusters, getting ready to... I was like, I was corralling both the... If you guys were curious what I was doing, I was corralling both the Bile Titans to hit them both with the 500 kg at the same time, so I could 2 for them. There's a butt plug. Yeah.
Rare sample acquired.
Requesting air support.
Calling in orbital strike.
Crash site with a lot of chargers at it for some reason. Easy mode charger dies first, which is thanks to Reddit. Thanks, Reddit! I remember when those guys you had to... They were like the superchargers, which they then introduced. Excuse me.
Rare sample acquired.
Please.
Mag's empty.
I hear you, little one. I'm here for you.
Location, north.
Alright, let's go to the nest in the west side here, and we might actually run across the map to finish off what those guys were at earlier.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Pretty good. My favorite loadout, I enjoy the plasma grenade launcher, as well as basically what I have right now. Only with the plasma grenade launcher against bots, I'm using the autocannon almost exclusively, because the autocannon is insanely OP. against bots. Against bugs, it's mediocre. Against bots, it is basically meta, despite the fact that basically no one uses it, which is very weird.
That's called democracy. Requesting air support.
Grenade pistol has so much utility, it's basically something I'm probably never going to swap off. Grenade pistol has so much utility for a lot of different reasons. Not just closing holes. Weapon.
Rare sample acquired.
But instead of... I have the third stratagem slot, because I don't have a pack. The pack is the autocannon, obviously. For the third slot, for bots, I just kind of take whatever. I've been taking 120s recently. I take strafing runs. Sometimes I'll take... Shots feel off today for some reason. I don't know why.
Heavy, southwest, close.
Third slot's basically whatever. Last night when we were playing against bugs, I was taking barrage even with spread, with scatter. Because lo and behold, it actually kind of feels like the barrage with scatter is a better stratagem than it is without scatter. Yeah, I know that's a fucking weird thing, because it's not, it doesn't just, it seems like they changed it, where it's not just adjusting where it lands, rather it walks. So it'll actually just, like, it has deviation to the shot now. Where instead of, even though, like, the way scatter usually works is you throw it right there, and instead it appears right there, right? So instead of popping right there, the center then appears there. With the barrage, what it feels like is it'll actually walk across, like, the entire radius, which actually increases the AoE effect from it. Yeah. As opposed to it just dropping in a different area. It feels different. Christ. Gives a shit, bro.
Requesting orbital strike.
Requesting air support. Heavy, southeast, close.
Yep. I don't think so. People come up with a lot of weird fucking correlations for shit they see in this game. My favorite one is on spawning patterns and metrics and how stuff works. Which was from, like, when the game first came out, there's, like, someone that had, like, a 10 data point data set. And then they came up with explanations of a lot of... Some of the stuff I agreed with, but most of it I didn't. Just, like, random logic, like, correlations as to what... Oh.
Requesting orbital.
Well, there's that. Your family's dead, bro. Your family's dead. You do not have your revenge. Either way, people generally pull from a really small data set, and they see something happening, and then they think it's basically everything that goes on in the game. It's like, not really a false correlation, but it's not a, you know, it's not the reason for why what's happening is happening. I mean... Maybe. It would be more difficult for them to actually make a static stratagem than it would be for them to make a random stratagem, where the shots just land in a different size radius, for instance, and then they increase and decrease it. There is some logic where Joel tries to kill you. That I know for sure is in the game. Not because it's confirmed by the developers, but I've had it happen enough. If there's scatter, or you're close enough to the stratagem, it will land on your face. With scatter, it will land on your face. It used to be very prevalent. Very annoying. I'm not going to watch a 30-minute video about 380 or 120 spread. I've heard that before, but I don't really believe that. There might be logic, for instance, for it attacking buildings. I can see that.
Calling in reinforcements.
physics can stick to yourself.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron. New man!
Requesting air support.
But, I don't know. Maybe. It's possible. The developers that I mentioned do kind of weird shit. But there'd have to be an intentional reason for them to program that as opposed to a random spread. Otherwise, it's just like a waste of time and work. Make like spray patterns, for instance, or for guns. Like, let's say Counter-Strike is more work than it is to make a random spread. And you know what you're doing with it.
Requesting air support!
Nope. Yep. Done.
Calling in reinforcements!
But
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
we're gonna use this
Sending in an eagle!
because there's no other units around, so we don't really need to worry about gathering them up. Good.
Liberty dispensed.
Oh my god! Wow! Resupplies. They were thinking ahead. Wow, there's an entire resupply here with none of them missing. Whoever dropped that, no one took anything from that. Wow. Well, you know. This is why we don't play with SEAL Team 6, guys. My teammates legitimately make things harder. So, actually, we'll save that.
Calling in a hell bomb!
Gold barrel.
Engaging terminal. Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Now we just gotta make sure they don't destroy it, which they will try to do, if they see it. Guy right there. Dad! Alright. Where now? Like, do I have to respawn you way over here? Because I will.
Reinforcing!
Alright. Look in your walk.
Bug outpost spotted. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Rare sample acquired. Sample collected.
Either way. People that come up with all sorts of explanations for stuff that happens in games and not necessarily a case. Not that there can't be a case for it, because there could be. Usually the easiest explanation is the one that happens unless you're trying to do something really fucking weird. Another game they do that in, where people just... Dead by Daylight?
Calling in reinforcements.
Worth.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Dead.
Calling down a sentry.
Yes. Oh my god, 2 hell bombs. Wow, you shouldn't have. Don't hit it, Lazy Dog. Don't hit it.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Let's see.
Sending in an eagle.
Here. Collect all the stuff. We'll go through the northeast nests and meet up with them at the objective.
Requesting air support.
support. Calling in reinforcements.
Try shooting out both the front legs first. And aim for a side leg. That's actually easier
New mag.
Sending in an
than
eagle.
shooting out one side of the legs because you can't hit the back ones very easily. That's actually easier than shooting out one side than a half leg on another side. Depending on what it is, you need a really, really big data set. Get confidence in whatever data set you're working with. People don't really go through that, or they think like if you have like 3 data points, then that's enough. Which could be, depending on what you're doing, although it's not really a... Hey guys.
Have a taste of democracy.
Good. I bet Joel thought he was sneaky with that. He wasn't.
Requesting air support.
Turrets in general in the game definitely are something that need to be worked on, and hopefully they make them better at some point.
Requesting air support.
In the BetterDivers guide, we have an entry for turrets, and I really hope at some point, putting aside the efficacy or just the... A lot of shit here.
Bug out. Sending in an eagle.
Sending in an eagle. Heavy. South. Close.
Basically, the damage per minute you can put out with the turret is completely different compared to the eagles. You get a cluster bomb, guys, every 22 seconds if you reload at 2 minutes. It's actually easier than shooting out the sides for sure. Yeah, cluster bomb every 22 seconds is very hard to compete with, and with a turret you might get, what, maybe 15, maybe 30 kills? You can get that with one cluster bomb, so... And a turret's generally have 3-minute cooldowns on it, where you get 5 cluster bombs for 2 minutes. Just completely different ballpark in terms of efficiency. Putting that aside, lived a rough life, didn't you? There we go. That aside, you can bank cluster bombs, meaning you can use them as fast as you want, and then just reload them all at once. And you can't do that with turrets, which is one of the suggestions I have, by the way, which is making it so you can bank turrets. I.e., not the same as you just reload them all at once, but rather they stock up over time, and then you could basically put down multiple turrets at the same time, of the same type, right?
Heavy. Northwest.
You can make a kill box, you can have a little deployable field. Even if turrets lasted as long as the time limit allows, it doesn't matter because they run out of ammo prior to it happening. They're very ammo strapped. And you can't always put them in optimal spots because you have to throw them. So another suggestion we have is switching to an RTS perspective. So when you go to throw the turret, instead of throwing it, you'll switch to a top-down view and zoom out, and then you can plop it like an RTS game. Which then means you can put it on top of that. You know, you can put it on like a ridge over there, and even if it's in an inaccessible spot, like let's say up there where only a Bile Titan could shoot it, it would still wouldn't be that strong because it'll eventually just run out of ammo. Same thing with very juicy. Oh, all that meat. Guys are having a meat party over here. Shrimps on the table tonight.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Supplies. West.
Rude. Any more side objectives? Acting like you fucking did that. You just looked at the map and realized they're all done. Oh. Nope. And I'm not going to wait around for them to collect POIs. Fuck that. There's some people at the end that'll actually kick you to collect POIs, which is really, really fucking stupid. But anyways, with turrets, one of the downsides of turrets is obviously the fact that they can fucking team kill, too. So you put a turret in a good spot, like, let's say in the back lines behind everyone, then it literally just sweeps the lobby with, especially like miniguns, will sweep the lobby and just kill everyone in front of it. It's a good spot for a turret, really bad spot for Helldivers. Yeah, but if you put it on, like, the top of something on the side, that means it can shoot down and then doesn't shoot through people, right? Having a height advantage for a turret's actually a really big deal. Most people will not actually put turrets on top of things. They'll just throw it down the ground. But a good place for a turret, if you're throwing it down, is like, let's say, right there. So then it has an arc over the top. So if you're down in the ridge here, you're safe for the turret, right? It also plays it in the whole strategic or tactical perspective of anyone that's using turrets, because they're usually RTS bros. You know, people that like using turrets, right? Hey, bud.
Extraction shuttle inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Go for those Joel barrels, guys.
Got a sample.
Tagging location.
Joel giggles every single time someone dies to a Joel barrel. Literally in the office right now, laughing every time the counter goes up. He has a personal counter on his computer for deaths to that.
Requesting air support.
Waited. +1 to the Joel counter, guys. You heard it. You fucking heard it. It has its literally has its own sound. Someone is using a cluster launcher. We don't want to be anywhere near them. Where are the fucking supplies? How that guy's alive. There's supplies around here somewhere. Maybe they ate them all right away? That does basically nothing to the bile tank. Got a nice strip of fire here across our, where we need to walk, preventing us from actually walking right there. Well, we could 500 kg that, but we'll probably kill a teammate.
Countdown initiated. Stand by
Bye.
for takeoff.
Bye. Bye.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Good stuff.
You have maintained our way of life.
GG, guys. I'm going to forever remember that one teammate that literally just blew me up while kiting around an entire herd of enemies. Yeah. We had one earlier that took 3 quasars and a 500 kg. Still not beating the world record that I've had of 2 500 kgs and 3 quasars, but let's try and get those ones with the mutated health pool, and they do work. Good stuff, guys. Let's see. Well, game's been pretty festive. Not super difficult, but definitely more difficult than they have been. Just based on the pure number of people that are dying. Still 100% of the map. Still don't need to attend the main objective and help my team. So, oh yeah, beautiful coat of paint. Just exactly like what I did to your mom last night. Oh, 1,100 kills. Nothing spectacular. Got the kids some samples, which I don't need. Okay. Let's go take a look at Crooks and see if things are doing well over there. Actually, maybe we could go take a look at the other Dagobah planet, which is you, Borrock. Come on, Crooks. Got Crooks! Oh, and we got a lonesome.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
The galactic war waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Initiating FD. Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
All right.
Allied destroyer
Got
has
scatter.
joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Go back to the plasma grenade launcher. Right and true. Love you.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
You know what really sucks when you have scatter, guys? A 5-minute cooldown in which it misses the target and hits a random hunter instead of a Biotine. That's kind of sucky. You know what also sucks? Having a barrage that's then off target. Actually, the barrage, which we were experimenting with, might actually be decent with scatter purely because it causes it to walk around. I don't know if that's completely true or not, and we have to test it more, but it actually seems like it's better. Yeah. Oh, you know what really sucks, guys? Having an imprecise strike. Oh! Imagine having this really precise ability that you have to land right on a Biotine, and all of a sudden it misses. That's kind of weird. Nope, it can't. Very few primaries can do that. Actually, can any other than the Ruptor? No, I don't think anything other than the Ruptor primary can do that, can it? Well, at least none of them took airburst. The absolute most lethal stratagem with scatter is the airburst. How'd that guy land late? That guy somehow landed later than us. Let's see. Let's go south. The really shitty thing about the plasma grenade launcher, however, is it takes so much time. I swear he's making car horn sounds.
Found something.
It takes so much time to kill big heads.
Orbital strike. Tunnel breach. Orbital inbound.
At the very least, it takes 4 shots.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
That's for you guys.
Democracy's on its way.
Chop some trees.
Reinforcing.
Pretty good. Oh, crossbow. Yeah, I think the crossbow can do it too. The crossbow's a weapon. You are correct. The crossbow is indeed a weapon. I don't even know how they're gonna fucking differentiate that thing. That's so fucking random. I mean, there's ways they could do it if they make it more like an actual crossbow, but as it stands right now, it's just absolutely fucking random. Oh. Yep. Still hating on me for making the BetterDivers guide again. I see. Yep. This is personal, guys. You're not a developer! You can't make good things! Get out of here! How many years in the game industry do you have? I'll show you! Just.
New mag.
But base of the tree usually has samples in it. Ow. Thought you were dead.
Calling in reinforcements.
Point. There's the bug nest after this. Excuse you.
Rare sample acquired.
Good stuff.
Orbital strike.
Large nest. That was an accident.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
And let's go run the marathon. I forget our stand back. Coming for your friends. Oh, we don't want to die. No. No.
Heavy. South. On my position.
I think the host is lagging.
Requesting
There.
air support. Reloading. Got him.
Requesting air support.
Excuse you.
Last reload.
He hit me. He also. Uh oh. Should be good, I think. I might miss the side hole.
Have it.
Yeah.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Daughter. How are you still alive? Let's go say hi to the Bileton over here.
Sending in an eagle.
And it did not land. That's unfortunate. Let's see.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
That's gonna be too soon. That's unfortunate.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters.
Rare sample acquired.
Takes like a shitload of shots, especially if you don't hit all headshots. Oh, okay. Oh. Alright. You guess you want to die in 2 fucking quasars, I'm fine with that too. Alright. Let's go over here now.
Package.
And Dagobah? Or just in general?
Out of ammo. Drop it. Package.
The only Dagobah that really screws you on your drops. Huh. It's already closed. Did I just close it? Okay. That's really weird.
Requesting air support.
Oh, our host is timing out right now.
Sending in an eagle.
So, Crooks, the game itself has basically two. The game itself has peer-to-peer, like a compute cluster, in which you share responsibility for the
Calling in orbital
units,
strike.
which you're going to see here in a second. You share responsibility for the units between everyone that's in the game.
Dropping package.
Bug outpost spotted.
There he goes. And we're probably going to see this in my inventory in probably another 30 seconds here. But however, the ground loot, as well as interactive consoles, are basically the host's responsibility. And if the host is lagging really, really bad, like he has FPS issues, you'll see things really, really start to slow down and take forever. So, like, I can shoot, usually you'll be able to shoot all the mobs right now, but I won't be able to interact with, like, the shit on the ground. This is especially obvious on the planet we're on right now, which is Gakrux in the Dagobah biome. Because the Dagobah biome is actually more difficult on PCs than most biomes. So the host right now, his computer is probably exploding. Which, if you notice, he's not even moving. He's just standing there. So either maybe he alt-tabbed or literally, yeah. I don't know why it doesn't transfer to a new host, but that guy is literally, his computer must have been on fire.
Allied coordinates locked.
You have a barrage? No. A barrage is, so orbitals in general are really, really poor efficiency compared to eagles, so I don't generally take them.
Mission coordinates locked.
Because it's just a waste of a slot. I used to take barrage constantly. However, prior to it getting buffed. Wait. We just queued back into the same mission, so someone actually, the other host took it over. And by the way, for some strange reason, you don't actually get to pick out your loadout when you queue back into the same game. We just queued into the same game. What the fuck is this?
You are the best of the best.
Yep. Hey, look, there's all my shit down south. Okay, well, let's go get all my shit back. And actually, look, I have the same, like, everything's still missing on cooldown. Look at that, my 500s aren't available. Like, the game remembered my game state. It's so fucking weird rejoining. So, like, they could totally, by the way, they could totally add something to allow you to rejoin games you leave. Like, it's already there, but, like, there's no way for me to find the lobby I was just in. Yeah. I've occasionally had this happen. Always fucking hilarious when it does. Because, you know, obviously, if you rejoin, like, your friends' lobbies, basically it saves your game state, right? But it also does it for randos. Which is also very weird, even though you can't find the game after you leave it, right? Well, I mean, I did want to keep playing this map, so, you know, okay. And Joel's debating us with the forest right now. Sometimes you think you can get across the hill and you can't. Joel loves this shit. Now we can get across. No. That is fucking hilarious. So the host did transfer to the other guy that was in the lobby. That one guy that was left over, right? But, yeah, the host computer completely exploded. Dagobah biome, guys, if you're curious, as I mentioned before, if you have a shitty PC, this is much worse for your PC. It has a lot to do not only with the physics effects, which causes spiking, but there's also something else happening in the background. And people's computers explode on this. I got Joel baited. Oh, you know everyone at Arrowhead, if they're watching right now, is giggling, right?
Oh, found something!
That is hilarious.
Sample acquired.
So the new host is actually slightly laggy too. You can tell based on how fast I pick up the loot on the ground and how fast it appears in my inventory. Not as bad as the last guy though. And these are probably units that were being controlled by the host that left. So if you ever see the units that are basically just like stuck in place, that is usually because, which by the way is why we can tell that it has, we can tell that the game itself has a peer-to-peer compute cluster that's shared responsibility. Because if you see someone catastrophically disconnect, i.e. their game crashes or something, you'll see just like groups of units that shut off. Those are being controlled by the host that now is left. It's actually really, really cool. You know, if it wasn't just kind of just inferior to having a dedicated server that they don't want to pay for, right? Is that you, Joel? Is that you? Yeah? Shrikes don't spawn alone. Shrikes don't spawn alone, guys. Yeah, get out of here. Go have your morning coffee.
Southwest, 300 meters.
That's hilarious. You guys all shut off? Yeah, so like I cleanly... No, these guys are still good. I uncleanly disconnected, so there's probably a bunch of units. Like, they should have, obviously, have some sort of garbage collection algorithm that either clears out the units in the game, or like despawns them, or they transfer responsibility to a new host, and they don't really do that for some reason. One of the ways you can actually tell that the game actually uses basically a compute cluster of some kind. Like an RTS game where you have multiple people controlling multiple units, right?
Got a sample. Rare sample acquired.
Very delayed. Not as bad as the first host, though.
Requesting air support. Throwing grenade.
No. We're dead. We're dead. Not dead. Fuck off. Some of those guys, like, you know, we were talking about difficulty earlier and how it isn't always the same as, like, mobs. Like, the fucking rage mode that the big heads go into when they're close to death sometimes can be really, really lethal.
I got the terminal.
Yeah, normally it takes 4. If you're unfortunate. It's like the one really big downside using plasma grenade launchers with big heads. Oh my god, I get to solve a CAPTCHA, guys! In the middle of the heat of battle, TikTok wants me to solve CAPTCHAs. Wow!
200 meters.
But there's some other benefits to using this besides just, you know, big heads, so. No. No.
Fire in the hole. Get some. Ending in an eagle.
You guys didn't know, the drill stops.
Say hello to democracy.
Team damage blows up the drills, so. And you can, just like Meridia, but it has a save point of 50%. So don't just drop your stratagems on it, some people do. Excuse you. Yeah. That's what happens when you touch me, you just die. And we are out of everything. Out of primary.
Marking location. Requesting air support. Tagging location.
I have a problem here in a half a second, guys.
Landing in an eagle.
Calling down a support weapon.
No. No.
Dropping a pin. North. 50 meters. Launching advanced weaponry.
Excuse me.
Rare sample acquired.
Oh. We might have to just run away.
An eagle.
I can't really do anything till I get my shit back. Here. Look right there. Explosive! Oh, okay, he just... Alright. He just walked over and touched me. Unintentionally killed me by moving his foot.
Reporting to the front. Requesting orbital.
All my CAPTCHAs.
Sending in an eagle.
Melee does like nothing. The only real good thing that melee does is knockback on enemies, which I don't really hate about it. You know, you can do that. Time it right, you can use it to push away like hunters as they're diving on you. Yeah, normally big heads take 4. If you shoot right below their pinchers, you have to shoot like right below their head, which is, you know, not entirely intuitive. It happens. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can just outrun them too, trying to hit you or dive away as well. instead of trying to melee the big heads away. I've never tried to melee a rage-induced big head away. I'm sure. Not my samples! They're taking my clout! You stole my clout, guys! Bro. Bro, now they're gonna think I did nothing. Good thing you used that cluster bomb launcher. That would have been crazy if you didn't do that. Imagine using cluster bombs instead.
Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
That is like literally just hearing that in the background is like literally just waiting for like you just to randomly die. Bud, you're still here? Mine? 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 Oh. I can't get out that way. We might die. We might be dead, guys. No, still alive. Okay, I'm gonna go north. Teammates will probably go to the objective right there. I might need to corral them into the objective, though. I mean, the cluster bomb launcher actually is in the BetterDivers guide.
200 meters.
Requesting air support.
Okay. Alright, well, there you go. The airburst or cluster bomb launcher is in the BetterDivers guide. There's ways that you can improve it without actually kind of ruining its aesthetic. As it stands right now, one of the reasons you have so much problems with it is because the proxy radius on it's too big, which they already reduced once, but it definitely needs to be like halved again. Because it is very, very easy to accidentally set it off. So like, there's a group of units back there and you have to shoot the shot over there, but you got like a unit there and a unit there. You try to shoot it over there, it's literally just going to explode on one of the two on the side, and then rain shit all over your face. And you're like, oh, this is so great, I love using the airburst launcher. You know, when in fact it just, you're never going to take it ever again. Giving it a basic level Quasar warhead also wouldn't be far-fetched. So at the very least, if you shoot it at the head of like a charger, for instance, it'll do Quasar damage on the tip of it. At the very least, I don't think that's far-fetched as well, because it's actually something you have to reload. You should be able to reload it while running, because honestly, it's not that great. Not strong enough where you should actually have to sit down to use it. It's not really good. Chop some trees. And fourth possibility that they potentially could add, which is I love having optional features, is actually giving it an airburst feature where it actually like does a... It almost killed me. Where it does an actual airburst, so you fire it up and it'll actually shoot down over the top of units. Like, you'd assume an airburst launcher would actually function, right? Like the airburst stratagem. Those things would definitely help tidy it up. And not really things that like break the bank or even completely change what it is. Because it'd be a mode you can switch between the airburst and the normal star launcher, right? Never actually seen those geysers inside of a point of interest, by the way.
Rare sample acquired.
Poo-poo tree over here somewhere.
Requesting orbital strike.
It wouldn't ruin the aesthetic of the weapon either, because it'd still be usable as anti-air weapon of some kind, I guess. Good. I mean, it'd still be an airburst launcher. There's nothing really to change about it. Wouldn't allow you to use it. You can like, I mean, you can like whatever weapons you want in the game, right? You can like anything you want in the game. That doesn't mean it's going to be, you know, good. There's people that think the railgun's good still, so you know. Different strokes for different folks, right? But
Hive structure destroyed.
pick up the samples.
Calling in orbital strike.
there are railgun users. Actual usable stratagem. I hope the next stratagem isn't a weapon. The next thing that they give us isn't a weapon. I mentioned before how basically there's only two options for an offensive or defensive backpack, right? There's a shield pack, and then the two AR dogs, one of which actually sucks, which is the AR dog, right? And then Lays dog. And that's basically it. That's all you have. So when you're playing bugs, you're basically almost always exclusively going to use that, assuming you don't have a backpack weapon, which all backpack weapons really kind of suck. What the fuck is going on here? The other host in here, guys, must be on a potato.
Get some! Get some!
Bud? What the fuck? It's like a sick bile thing. He's like, hey, bud, I've had too much to drink. Okay. What the fuck is going on there? That's kind of dangerous. Hey, bud. Have you seen my car keys, man? Why am I slowed right now? Dude, the host that it got transferred to, 100% is like lagging out the wazoo right now.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Reloading.
No. Chop some trees. Oh, we didn't need to chop any trees. That's great. Hear the car sounds? Car horn.
Reloading.
Pretty good.
Sample collected.
Supply pack is also very useful to use in any backpacks. I disagree. Ground loot is very, very common. Supply pack, well, it used to be kind of important in the game, now it needs to be revamped, which is also why it's on the BetterDivers guide. As it stands right now, it doesn't really do anything. You can pick up resupplies. Generally, when I play Lone Wolf, I usually don't need to actually even call in the resupply, unless I do a big nest. You'll see me call it in. MGs, I guess if you're really, really wasteful with your ammo, but in reality, you're probably not going to take an MG anyways, because you need a way of dealing with larger units. I'll help your teammates now, because the map's done. Scorcher does run out of ammo relatively fast. I don't think it's even really an issue nowadays, though once again, originally when the game came out, there was not a lot of ammo on the ground. Now there is. Exception being bots can sometimes be very difficult to find ammo on. Crooks, which is this biome, the Dagobah biome, is also sometimes difficult to find ammo on. Moving at patrol speed. Look at him go.
Requesting air support.
Sometimes because of the reduced area for POIs. But usually it's not an issue finding ammo. So. Railgun is extremely cope against Terminids. It's extremely cope against bots, too. As it goes, it just sucks. It needs to be buffed. It needed to be nerfed when it first came out, and they nerfed it too hard, and now it needs to be buffed again. Also why it's on the BetterDivers guide. Oh, it doesn't do anything well. You use the autocannon, which everyone should be using against bots, without exception. Because nothing does what the autocannon does in nearly the same way. Like, beam cannon, AMR, kind of HMG are all adjacent to each other, and then the autocannon is just infinitely better than everything else. Durable damage is only particular for blowing off limbs. That's all it's good for. This is the Plasma Grenade Launcher, also known as a Plasma Punisher. I wanted that.
New mag!
You've done your duty. You may extract
Boink.
honor.
Plasma shotgun. It is technically considered a shotgun. So in Sweden, if you didn't know, their shotguns are a little bit different than everyone else's shotguns. So that is a shotgun in Sweden. It's not a grenade launcher. It is a shotgun in Sweden. I love pointing that out.
50 meters.
Titan heads have 100% durable damage, so I can take a tenderizer and kill a Bile Titan by shooting it in the head. Don't make me test that. Please don't. There's no fucking way. Yeah, there's no fucking way. I bet you shoot the Bile Titan's head with a tenderizer and all you're going to see is ricochets. I guess we could take the HMG and shoot it in the head. I guess would be probably the best case scenario for durable damage. With armor pen. And I've never tried that out, but that just sounds completely... Not really interested in watching theory crafting. So give me in a case where you use durable damage to kill a Bile Titan. Like, how would you use that to your advantage with anything with durable damage? Or are you just saying that's the damage type it deals to the head and that's all that really matters? Bitch? Yeah. And too many chefs in the kitchen. We're going to run away from that. Can see. Yeah. I mean, you're just saying do more damage to Bile Titans? Like I said, the only real thing that durable damage really kind of does is useful. I guess putting aside killing Bile Titans when you have the armor pen, which basically goes hand in hand with each other, is shooting off limbs. But I suppose if you could find a case of an item with a really high armor pen that also has really high durable damage, I feel as though we're playing semantics right now. Tim's rolling. Probably gonna land in a tree. Excuse me. Didn't land in a tree. Oh my god.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Well, I know what durable damage is. We talked about it extensively when the last patch notes were released. The only thing durable damage changed when they updated the durable damage is basically you now do damage to limbs better. That's all it basically mattered. So you can't still use a machine gun to kill a Bile Titan by shooting its face, but in the case of durable damage, it just basically allows you to limb, which we just basically use the tenderizer to do that. Throw in here. Okay.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
You can use the tenderizer, for instance, to kill a not a Bile Titan, a charger by shooting its back hind corners. You didn't know that? Yeah, it does. I mean, it didn't really change. What are you suggesting? Just increase the damage? I don't know what you're I don't remember exactly what you were originally talking about. The HMG? Yeah, I mean, I know what... I fucking know what explosive weapons are in the game. But I need armor pen to accompany it. It is not just durable damage in the case of what you're talking about, not just damage, it's also armor pen. The railgun used to be able to shoot through shields on the Devastators. It used to be able to shoot through the canopy on the Walkers, and it no longer can do that. It's not... I disagree. I don't think that's a problem at all with railgun. Railgun has a lot to do with the fact that you now have to... So... Here.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
It's going to be more of an in-depth conversation. The railgun right now has issues with the fact that you have to charge it into like 95% of its charge to do the original damage that the railgun had when it first released. When the railgun first came out with the game, you had to charge it to full on safe in order to do the same damage you now need to do when charging it 95% of the way on overcharge, basically into the overcharge territory. The problem is the distance between 0 to safe, full charge, 0 to safe, is about 1 second. The distance between safe and explode, basically where you die, is roughly 2 seconds. So you have to charge it for additionally, basically, what is that? 1.5 times the amount of time it currently takes. It used to take a little bit more than that in order to get the same amount of damage out of it. And while doing that, you have to charge it within 95% without exploding yourself. In the middle of combat, when you're getting aim punched by randos, which includes bots and bugs and all sorts of shit, trying to line up the moon and the stars while backing up and trying to shoot like Hulk in the eyeball. It is next to impossible to line it all up and make it work. It's not even the damage type. It's about landing your shot and being able to shoot your shot without actually being fucked, and the overall DPS of the weapon based on being able to fire the shots off effectively and in a succession of each other, which is what basically consistent damage turns into. But I would disagree. I don't think it has anything to do with the armor pen or the damage of the weapon itself. It has to do with how fast you charge it, getting into the threshold, and then getting into the threshold without exploding, all while basically aligning the stars, moon, and sun at the same time. It is very, very, very difficult to do. And that's what changed. That's almost exactly what changed compared to what it used to be, is putting aside the fact you have to, obviously you have to charge into an unsafe zone, is the amount of time it takes to charge in. So what I suggested in the BetterDivers guide is they reduce basically the overall charge to 80%, make it linear, so there isn't like a 0 to safe is now 1 second and safe to explode is another 2 seconds. Rather, it linearly charges the entire way, so it makes it easier to muscle memory it. On top of the fact that you need to be able to fire it faster, so if you charge it 80%, and as opposed to 95, it gives you more buffer to explode it, make it charge twice as fast, and then you can actually consistently hit your shots with using the railgun in close quarters.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Yeah, gunchips are a weird thing. Obviously, a lot of guns need to be improved. I don't even know. Because they're like... It's just another weapon check, and that might not necessarily be a bad thing. Just certain weapons don't work well against them.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Presumably, they thought, maybe we don't want the railgun to be good against this or something? I'm not exactly sure.
Orbit synchronized.
Either way, I don't think it's a damage problem. Even if you increase the damage that the railgun does to make up for the lower DPS it now has, because of basically the time to fire, you're still going to have to hit your shots, and if you're getting aim punched constantly or trying to get them off in the middle, being chased down by a charger or multiple hunters while they're attacking you, it is much more difficult to do. And it still doesn't solve the original issue that it has at higher difficulties. They nerfed the damage, then they brought the damage back up, but it's still, you have to charge it into the overcharge territory, which takes a substantial amount of time. It's one of the biggest problems with the gun is the charge time. And basically not being able to muscle memory properly, and then you have to charge it within 5% of it exploding to get the same damage, which is insane. All while you're getting chased down and basically hit constantly by enemies and trying to hit a shot on a Hulk or a charger while it's happening. It is very, very difficult to do. It takes too much time. Either way, complicated subject. A lot of the weapons and stuff in the guns in the game that they've kind of changed or manipulated a little bit. It's not just like always an answer of just hitting it with more damage.
Tagging map, north, 300 meters.
Yeah, so when the charger's chasing you down, you have to hit the leg twice at like a 95% charge. That's extremely difficult to do. Or you have a Hulk and you come peeking around the corner, and hopefully you don't get shot by one of the other 5,000 million enemies that are chasing you down. And then it takes twice as long basically to charge the thing. You're in like a lose-lose situation. You're talking about basically the time to fire, which is what I was discussing. It's more of an issue than anything else with, well, one of the biggest issues with the weapon. It's not the damage. Damage is fine if you can hit the shot and then charge it to the right shot within the allotted time. It's just you can't normally do that, so. And then you have a chance of exploding all while it's happening. which there is no real reward to go. Fucking teammates are following me. That's gonna kill W3.
That's called democracy! Calling in reinforcements!
Hey, bro, what's going on here? What's that red beam? I have no idea, man. Okay. We're just gonna go north and go to the site then, because our teammates will clean that up. How far do you... Either way, it takes too long, so, I mean, if you... What is it? 85, then?
Rare sample acquired.
Once again, I feel like we're playing semantics when not looking at, like, the overall picture. Is it just takes way too fucking long to do it.
Objective critical stratagem available.
To get the original armor pen from the railgun prior to it being nerfed.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Reload it!
Which is 50% longer than the original charge. Takes a second to go from 0 to the safe full charge. An additional half a second is 50% longer time. Bro, I don't want to fucking use the railgun. Holy shit. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
How do you like the taste of freedom?
Christ.
The siege upon managed democracy continues. Let us rally to her defense.
Mission coordinates. Allied destroyer.
If it
has
functioned
joined
exactly the
squadron.
way that you're saying it, the railgun would actually still be useful.
Engaging
It's
orbital
definitely not.
thrusters.
Well, it's not when it took, like, it originally took like 1 second to charge one shot, and that was very easily doable. It's no longer at that point anymore. Actually, didn't take too long. like I said, I feel like you're trying to play a semantic game to make it seem like I just don't know what I'm talking about because I'm slightly off on some value that you have on a spreadsheet somewhere, and I don't think it matters at all. Like, it doesn't matter. It still takes way too long.
But one mission remains.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Like I said, it's not the damage, it's the DPS. It's being able to get the shot off before something fucking hits you and fucks you up while you're legit trying to save your life. Doesn't matter if it's 60% or 95%, it's still not fast enough. And then you have to risk exploding it. I'm pretty sure it's not 60% total charge. Yeah.
Launch initiated.
Well, the railgun never effectively was able to kill Biotines. You had to use it in tandem with another, basically high explosive weapon like 500 kg. It was never an option to kill Biotines, with the exception being PlayStation Biotines that took, like, you know, what, 2 shots to the brain and died. It was never an effective way to kill Biotines.
And fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, for justice is your call.
At any stage in its life.
Deploying equipment package.
The thing is, we fuck up, and then I have to basically respawn. Corrosive biome. I saw a charger here. There we go. That is definitely a 60% shot. There you go, so it took 3. Got through it, didn't do damage. Got that one. Then, there you go. 4. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away, Joel. We're doing important research here. Oh, more Violetains. Wow, Joel's helping, guys. More Chargers.
Say hello to democracy.
Just took a self-hit, by the way, and dropped my shield. That one was pretty fast. That one did not happen. Go. Biggest problem is when you're doing this not on Chargers either, it's when you're dealing with fucking Hulks.
Last reload. Out of ammo.
I can just one-tap these guys, by the way, with Quasar.
Last reload.
Let's see. Hulks are chill. What fucking Diff 9 Hellbots bots are you playing on in which you have a chill time killing Hulks? It's not the Hulk that's chill. It's every fucking thing else that's shooting at you. What do you mean? They don't just sit there and walk and they're like, hey bud, what's going on here? You know, and nothing else shoots at you. Oh, it needed to be nerfed. Railgun was super meta because it was extremely good. So, what? If you're doing like 60% charge, that's still like 3 shots to do it? Or you have to charge it more than that. And once again, it's the Hulks that are an issue. Popping the visor, if you can't do it in 1 shot, and you have to do it in multiple shots. You have to hit the shots, or you could just use an autocannon and do it a lot faster. AMR, or beam cannon. So, what we did just now, guys, if you charge those shots twice as fast, and you had more of a buffer before it explodes, where you reach armor pen, where you don't need to charge it as high. Maybe the threshold is 60%, right? Either way, it needs to charge twice as fast as it does right now, so you can get off the same number of shots you were able to before. What armor do I run? I run the... I don't know what it's called. It's the light armor with extra padding. Enough of this. Either way, the end result is it takes too long, and too many things can interrupt you while you're attempting to do it, which is why no one uses it, because it sucks. If it actually worked as well as it did before, only you risked exploding, I would totally run it, but it doesn't. Takes too long. Let's... Back to Digma.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Yeah, there's only one armor with the extra padding on it, which is the orange one. And on bots, I use the light armor with anti-explosive resistance on it. Which there's only one of those, too.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Oh yeah, I mean that's you're Hog Runner. You're literally just you are suggesting exactly what I've mentioned and I've talked about in the BetterDivers guide. That's exactly it. Exactly. It charges twice as fast. There's more of a buffer before it explodes. You got it. The linear charge, as I mentioned before, is so it's easier. As you guys can see, when I charged it, it went like this. So it goes like this. If you can imagine a over time curve here, it went up really fast to basically safe charge, and then it goes like this. It slows down. That's because it's not a linear charge. A linear charge would be a straight line. So you can easily, the whole meter is basically a linear charge, and it's not currently with the current gun. It has between like safe and explode, it's like 2 seconds, and between 0 and safe, it's 1 second. Which really fucks with your muscle memory, and being able to figure out where you can actually charge it to do the right amount of damage. That's kind of a visual thing, and it helps people learn how to use the weapon. But the main issue is, once again, the DPS, which comes from the charge time, the amount of time you have to charge it and how long it takes you to charge it.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
Take muscles.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
It's exactly what I said! What do you mean? Why are you crediting Hog? It's what I said earlier! What do you mean? It's in the BetterDivers guide! What do you mean, man? What do you mean? It was what you were arguing with me about. What do you mean?
Blasting advanced weaponry!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. I mean, I would legit just run into the middle of enemy swarms and blow up, so, sure.
Reinforcing!
I mean, I mentioned in the guide, and then I explained it to you after I mentioned it was in the guide, so... welcome to being a streamer. That's generally, by the way, why I don't use, like, exact numbers on things, because there's someone that's going to have, like, you know, spent time actually testing it and think that, like, the difference actually matters when it doesn't. The end result is it takes too long to charge it to what it was before, and that's too much time that the enemies then have to fuck with you while it's happening. In case of bots, that means they have time to basically attack your face and aim punch you. When you aim punch you, your aim goes off, which either forces you to wait or you have to fire off a random shot to discharge it so you don't explode. It used to be when you got aim punched before with the railgun and it's unsafe, it didn't matter because you could just wait it out, right? You could wait out inopportune situations. You can't do that anymore because it's not unsafe.
Engaging terminal.
God damn it, Hog. Yep. He's now getting commissions for that. Hey, did you hear about the guy called Hog Runner? He came up with this great idea for the Ah, feels bad, man. Oh, buddy. That's something. I mean, I love... Okay. This is generally why we don't stick around teammates, by the way. That was a fast run trot, but it also might have been desync. It's hilarious. I was looking at the box over there. I was like, what in the game has a minigun? I don't remember there being a minigun in the game. I was like, oh yeah, the Patriot. Another thing that needs to be buffed. Yeah, get it, M1. Yeah, stomp on that guy. Stomp on that guy. Show him your 10-minute cooldown. Show him your 10-minute cooldown. Yeah. Look at him go. Okay. Charger just decided he's not... This guy with the flamethrower really scares me. Charger just decided he's not doing anything anymore. Okay, we're gonna leave. A basement physicist? Holy shit, where do you find those? On Craigslist or something? Alibaba. Totally on Alibaba. A lot of people do. And, like, you know, I can't actually, like, I haven't completely tested it, so I can't, like, go, oh, the numbers are wrong, and that's, maybe it was 60%. Didn't feel like 60%, but, you know. You guys just shut off? Oh.
Sample collected.
Hey, bud. With you momentarily. Yeah, you want your back scratched? Oh my god. I remember when they couldn't get down on that edge.
Calling in orbital strike.
There's my airburst launcher, guys. It's actually a primary if you didn't know. You can just do that, literally with the Quasar guys, and it falls over dead. Also, if you didn't know that, that's... So you have to consider the railgun is adjacent to the Quasar. It has to compete with the Quasar, right? And I can just do that with the Quasar, or I can pop off the leg armor on the superchargers. You can pop off the leg armor with one shot, and then hit it with either the grenade pistol or multiple primaries and kill it as well. Like, ballparks apart.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
160.
I'm on it.
I mean, I wouldn't ever take the railgun to use it like a bad LMG. I don't mind if it has a payoff. I actually like the railgun meta when it was around. I thought it was kind of fun dancing. Need to go away though. It's too easy. But then they nerfed the railgun too far, and now it's where it is right now.
For prosperity.
Uh-oh, we waited too long, now our teammates are over here.
Calling down a walker. Calling
Fourth.
in orbital strike.
When you actually fall back into like the primaries category though, like weapons, they have to have a lot, like stratagem weapons have to have a lot to offset it. So like if you're comparing it to like a berserker, you're comparing it to like a dominator. So Dominator doesn't blow you up either. It's also a primary weapon, as it turns out. Guys.
Bug outpost.
Got through his leg. Oh, I guess Lair destroyed anyways. Can't hit myself. Nope, nope. Tim's rolling. Yeah. Alright, we got the AI on our nests over here, so we're going to leave. We'll drop the kids off at the nursery here. Oh!
Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting orbital strike.
You know, weirdly enough, despite being like, when you play solo like a lone wolf, like I do a lot, there you can actually make a case for a completely different loadout when you play around teammates and their shenanigans. Like 110s, for instance, generally are a lot worse than 500s, for instance. But they have aim assist, and the radius of effect is very small, even if they miss or they're close hits. So, like when I was playing Meridia, I'd use 110s a lot
West, close.
because they could work around what teammates are doing without killing them.
Calling in orbital strike.
Shield gens no longer regenerate. The shield pack? The shield pack still regens. Shield gens I've seen turn off and turn back on. So.
Sending in an eagle.
Although I generally don't use the shield relay.
Reinforcing.
Try and kill him. Shield pack is still very strong. The reason you see people not take it anymore isn't because it sucks. Rather, it's just because the game's so easy now you don't need it. Shield pack is still very good at saving your life.
Requesting air support.
Democracy's on its way.
Ah, okay.
Requesting orbital strike.
Apparently my first shot missed. Right there.
Sending in an eagle.
It should hit. There we go.
Democracy.
We cleared it out with clusters earlier.
Sending in an eagle.
Objective located.
Guys,
Sample collected. Rare sample acquired.
stop some trees.
Requesting air support.
It's funny, you can actually use it like an airstrike eagle that's actually might be good in Dagobah because it clears way for itself, which is a strafing run. But the strafing run sucks so much that it doesn't even matter because the little bit of the cluster that actually hits is infinitely better than the strafing run.
I'm sorry.
Stop it. Stop it.
Out of ammo.
Yeah.
Objective located. Heavy. Southeast. Close. Calling in orbital strike. Last reload. Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Yeah, you better cry. You better cry. You fuck you too. Let's see. We might be able to find some ammo over here. Let's check real quick.
Requesting air support.
Bug tunnel free. Sending in an eagle.
We knew. Ah, beam cannon. Wow. Not what we needed. Let's go north.
Calling in orbital strike.
There's definitely a bile tank back there. Take a discounted reload. Relay should turn on and off again when it's not regenerating. Visual shows down and off. It's actually in the BetterDivers guide. Have you read my BetterDivers guide, Hog? So actually one of the things that I've mentioned before is one of the problems with the shield relay, putting aside apparently it doesn't regen when it's on, which obviously should be a thing, is the fact that it's on a 1.5-minute cooldown. And it's very inagile, meaning you throw it down somewhere, you have to take place, the battle has to take place there. If the battle moves, and all of a sudden your shield relay's in a shit spot. And there's two different ways that they can deal with that, one of which is you could send it back. Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Is there like a...
Objective located. Requesting tac pack.
The timing sometimes, guys, with that is ridiculous. Makes me wonder if it's like automated. I don't even need ammo. Fuck. Unfortunately, there's no ammo around here. We're gonna respawn. We're just gonna go respawn.
Supplies.
Not worth actually running back down there, so we're just gonna die.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Yep. Very weird timing. Guy that called in the resupply didn't even need shit, guys. That's why I said it was kind of weird. What's going on here? you guys doing?
Reinforcing. I'm sorry.
Okay. Back to our corpse. Very weird.
Ready to liberate.
Neither of them are actually doing the objective, nor summoning me, and the guy called it fucking resupply, basically at full kit. Right? Right?
Bugs.
Yeah? Legitimately, sometimes there are people that forget to call you in. And there's other times people won't call you in because they're just being dumbasses. Which, that was starting to feel like what was happening there. One moment, please. Oh, apparently I missed this. Wow.
Bug outpost.
Hey, guys. We are literally this close away from getting ammo. I'm pretty sure this one has ammo.
Requesting orbital strike.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Calling in.
Sending in an eagle.
Uh-huh.
How about
you?
a nice...
Yeah, there's legit fucking ammo sitting here. Excuse you. What's the turn radius? Can we get a clock on that? How many degrees? Goal's been... Okay. Maybe I should not respawn these guys?
Calling in reinforcements.
Sometimes people don't actually notice that you're dead, and other times...
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
The host DC'd?
Marking location, north.
Not. Pulling ammo.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Alright, let's leave.
Calling down a support weapon. Sending in...
Well, I mean, that's the only upside to the Commando. Commando has a lot of downsides. Reddit keeps telling Arrowhead not to nerf the Commando. Commando is definitely not getting nerfed, guys. Putting aside blowing up fabricators, which is kind of like a niche gimmick. It doesn't have the same damage as the EAT. So even though the shots per minute is a little bit higher than the EAT, because it's 4 shots every minute 45, I believe. Sometimes it takes more than the same number of shots at EATs. Like, for instance, blowing off the crown on the Charger. Yeah, haha, haha. You guys are having a pool party down there?
New mag.
So, for instance, blowing off the crown on the Charger, the normal Charger, takes 2 shots. Where with the EAT it takes 1. With the Quasar it takes 1 too. Basically, the recoilless EAT and the Commando are all in the same kind of boat, which their shots per minute is too low to compete with the Quasar on any level. Fortunately, they all need to be buffed, increase time. They said on Reddit that they're considering nerfing. Why is everyone? What the fuck are you guys up here? Go away! Go away! Go back to your gear.
Dropping a pin. South.
Yeah, go right there. Go right there. Right there. There you go, guys. Go over there. Do I need to escort you back down south so then I can go back north and do what I'm doing right now? I totally need to, don't I? What the fuck is this? Oh. The AI, guys, sometimes only latches on to what you're near, so you have to go near an objective to get the AI to do the objective, so. Now we have to run across the map to latch them to the objective across the map, so then I can go north and do the other objectives.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
What's that?
Dropping a pin. East. 300 meters.
Yeah? Are we there yet? Can I leave now? Like, if I just start going west or east here, would they start following me? Let's go east. Hey! We successfully disengaged. I use OBS. OBS is kind of the go-to for a long time. Anyways, on Reddit they were talking about nerfing it being a bug, so it's probably the, I believe, was it one of the PR staff said that they're going to probably nerf it, but they didn't know for sure. You have to run back and get it when you die? Well, oftentimes, depending on how often you die, you can just call... Like, I've had another one available for a long time. It's just my samples were up north, so I had to go get them anyways. Dying every 10 minutes isn't really an issue. And as it turns out, if you drop a quasar on one part of the map and you go to another part that you now have a quasar on, you have quasars in 2 spots, and your teammates can pick them up and they have unlimited ammo. So, they never actually... never turns into an issue. Like remarkably like where we were earlier, doesn't it? That's kind of weird.
Objective located.
I actually turned off the laser on the commando. It's one of the first things I did. It causes you to miss shots. Your muscle memory, where you flick to positions, or you move your mouse to positions considering the lead, is generally in. Where if you use a laser, you have to be on target.
Rare sample acquired.
Objective critical stratagem available.
I'd actually put, unless you're trying to do something really weird, you're more likely to miss a shot on something that's moving in a linear line. With the laser guidance on cleared off. I don't even consider that a benefit of using it.
Tunnel breach.
Ow. Found a Shrike nest. Let's go take care of this.
Northeast. Far. Marking location.
Well, I mean, so then it comes down to, you're talking about full payload, it comes down to shots per minute. So if it takes you 2 shots to kill a charger, then you're basically doubling the shots per minute it takes to actually accomplish anything with it, which then makes it worse than EAT is.
Calling in a hell bomb.
A lot of people don't look at the shots per minute. We gotta take care of the fucking vial things. Maybe. Anything? Yep.
Terminal.
This is a shit show. No, no. Alright, let's go over here. He just killed himself!
New mag.
I rolled. Fuck me. You roll on the ground, you're dead. I hit a rock and it started rolling me. That's unfortunate. I don't know if you can pop the leg armor with it. You definitely can't with the commando. I haven't used EATs in a while.
Point me to the enemy.
But with the quasar, you can pop the leg armor on it, so... And that's just a tie. That's not a win for it. And if you run into the normal chargers, then you have to expend 2 ammo, and that's basically a loss for it. So, pros and cons. I don't know what... You definitely can't... You can't pop the leg armor in one shot, which you can do with the quasar, using the movement tech for it. Yeah, they changed basically the safe zone from what it seems like. They changed the safe zone on the Bile Titans, so they sometimes spit when they're too close to... They're too close to stuff. And... What is going on here?
Sending out an SOS.
This is some shit show of a mission, guys. Oh, this is convenient. We'll aggro our teammates on this. Here you guys go. Hey, look, a large nest.
Tagging location. West.
Wow. However, I'm pretty sure the EAT does the same amount as Quasar, so if you can do it with the Quasar, you can do it with the EAT. Commando doesn't do the same damage as the EAT does, though. Or Quasar. But nest isn't going to close itself, guys. Pop my loot, please. Thank you. Mine. 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 Excuse. Okay. That should come from the right angle. Originally what I was trying to do. Let's go back here. And hit myself. That bounced.
Calling in orbital strike. New mag. Throwing supply beacon. New mag.
Who let the fucking strikes fester, guys? Who let them fester?
Reinforcing.
Getting out of control here.
Requesting orbital strike.
Alright.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Bug tunnel breach.
And a fucking charger showed up out of nowhere. Joel's fucking with us, guys.
Reloading.
He's turning to look at me for the camera. Bro.
Sending in an eagle.
All you have to do is shoot his arm. You see the arm? Shoot the arm. Shoot the arm, G4.
Reloading.
Our Helldivers are an entirely new generation now, guys. They don't even understand the exposed armor anymore. We could totally, by the way, we could have totally done this already just by shooting the strike nets.
Sending in an eagle. New mag. Bug tunnel breach.
Yeah, or that.
Calling in reinforcement.
One of the downsides of using cluster bombs, they don't do the same amount of damage as air,
Tech pack inbound.
normal, Okay, well I guess our teammates are going to do that now. Let's go over here, back to the nest that they totally haven't finished yet. Go over here. It's an absolute shit show, guys. My number one weakness, as I've talked about earlier, my number one weakness is literally talking to chat. That's gonna kill me.
Injury? What injury?
Stutter. Okay. Go right here with this. Very juicy. Number one weakness, talking to chat. Daughter, physics. Oh my god. Now I can't throw a cluster. Actually, my teammate's further away. Right there. I hate turrets. If only you could place them higher up from an RTS perspective, that would be great, so people don't put them in within line of sight. That was gonna kill me. Now we're running into a situation of too many chefs in the kitchen, by the way. Let's go back and grab med. So, as it turns out, I am of the personal opinion that you should have a license for 3 stratagems in the game. 3 things in this game should require licenses, and if you TK too much with them, your license gets taken away. The 3 things are the cluster bomb, the 380, and the incinerator breaker. In an incinerator breaker case, it's not about team kills, it's about how many stims you force your teammates to use. Each stim counts as a death. So when you're over there shooting the entire crowd with your incinerator breaker, not giving two shits about who you set on fire, you lose a point on your license. Because that's been turning into a thing now where people literally just don't care that you're like in their line of sight, and they set you on fire, which is very annoying. Excuse me. He's 100% going to shoot me and kill me with that.
Reloading.
Alright.
Sending in an eagle.
Wait, so we tasked... Remember earlier how I mentioned tasking the AI on the southern nursery and then we ran away? The entire team is up by us now. I didn't even look at that. They didn't even finish the nursery. I thought they finished it and came up north. What the fuck is that? We left, we like literally escorted them down to the southern nursery and they all fucking died there. There's no way. Yeah, you lose points on your license, and of course you get your points back. But eventually, the game tells you, "Uh-oh, Helldiver, you're not capable of handling this. You're not capable of handling this stratagem. Your license is now revoked, and it gets taken away." And by the way, team killing yourself with it also counts. So you team kill yourself with clusters or 380s, it also gets taken away. Yeah, so it's not like you don't usually die. By the way, you don't usually die when you get shot by an incinerator breaker, right? Because you don't. You'll either jump on the ground or you'll use a syringe, but if you get below half HP, you basically have to use a syringe anyways, because otherwise you're basically going to get one shot. Depending on what armor you're running, you're going to get one shot by enemies. So you have to use a syringe anyways. And I'd argue that's also very detrimental to your team. And there's some people that really, really don't care who they set on fire with their incinerator breaker. Like, they don't care at all. You're like, fuck, man. And there's like teammates right there and right there. And he's just like, oh, hey, look, let's set those guys on fire too, you know? And you're like, maybe don't, you know, make that. Quarter sentries are pretty annoying. I just, like, because you don't really need to worry about that. You can just, I just go over. Oh, did they? This is why everyone left? Oh, it's bugged. Oh my god.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
People have been leaving for the last 20 minutes because it's bugged and no one said anything. Did people say something and I didn't see it? No one said a fucking thing. No one said anything.
Requesting sentry. Pulling down a sentry.
No one said a fucking thing. I definitely saw
You're here.
there was
The
100%.
galaxy awaits your salvation.
There was 100% a drill there earlier. They were using it. Remember when we were first down there? They were 100% using a drill earlier. And it's gone. Fuck.
Mission coordinates.
Sure, yeah, if you drop it.
Destroyer
There
has
also,
joined
I mean, to be fair though, there are some people that legit like handle, like they're like gargling their balls with their fucking stratagem balls just sitting in their hand. You know, obviously, if you don't use it right away, you put it away. By the way, which you just hit the stratagem key again to put it away. I get you enjoy, handling your stratagem balls, but you really should put that away when it's eradicate. We don't do these. You put your balls away, guys, when you're not using them. Some people just like walking around hanging onto their balls and like, hey man, did you see my stratagem ball? It's cocked right now. I'm just waiting to throw it. Oh look, we're in the corrosive bug biome where we're getting hit by artillery that throws us around constantly. I'm gonna still hang on to it, just in case. And they, get hit by artillery and they go, whoopsie doodle, and then it's on the ground. 15-minute missions are too easy. They're boring. In general, they're boring. Probably the best 15-minute mission is a blitz, which we do. We do.
The galactic war waits for no one.
Received.
Are you ready, Helldiver?
Yeah, I think everyone does when they start out. It's like kind of a learning experience, right? There's not really anything wrong with that.
Coordinates locked.
It's a learning experience. Stuff's gonna happen.
Hellpods primed.
You have strata, or spread. We do not have spread. Avid. Turret user. Turrets could be good. Hopefully they'll eventually take time to buff them, because they'll be a lot better when that happens. Big muscles for the swamp. Yeah, they are. You're talking about the gate? We talked about ways that can improve that. You were 100% correct. It's boring, and it's one of the reasons I don't do them. You're talking about the defend the gate, right?
Calling down a support weapon. Dropping a
Fate of all humanity.
That is, it's just basically fish in a barrel for the most part. And one of the reasons for that is because the game's AI it's not really a tower defense, even though that's basically what they're trying to do with it. The AI for a lot of the units aren't very good. They don't function well at all indoors, which is probably why we'll never see indoor missions, is because the AI really, really sucks at being indoors. Like, any sort of, like, terrain or stuff they have to walk around. They probably could fix it with flow field pathfinding, also on the BetterDivers guide, if they ever take a look at that. It's not just taboo black magic. Unity also has it now, so there's all sorts of documentation on it.
Prepare to exterminate. Calling down a sentry.
Let's go to the laptop. Their teammates are on the side objectives here. But yeah, so with the gateways, what they could do to improve that is basically make them a lot larger. So if you made them doubling the size of the entry and the center areas, it seems like it might be more janky because it is in terms of defense, but they need to do that so there's room for the units to actually move around each other and not just get constantly pegged by stratagems, which is what happens right now. It could be fun, but in its current iteration, it's not really interesting at all. I played it, like a couple dozen times, and then I was done with it. Fun if you like sitting there fishing a barrel sort of ordeal, but that's all it is, just throwing stratagems and holes. A lot of that, like I mentioned, depends on having room for the units to maneuver and appear at different areas other than right in front of the stratagems. We got the tick biome. Got some ticks, guys. Let's chop some trees.
Air support.
They increase the radius they spawn at. That feels like we're far enough away where they shouldn't spawn. Either it's patrol. By the way, guys, if you're curious on the tick biome, whenever you see the fog roll in, they spawn. So they do random spawns when the fog rolls in, like it is right now.
Tagging map. North. 200 meters. Sending in an eagle.
You'll notice that enemies start spawning around you. Guys. Joel knows I have my plasma grenade launcher and is doing his best to throw as many big heads at me as he can. It's legit easier killing the ticks than it is dealing with big heads. Big heads take so many fucking shots from this thing.
Southwest. 200 meters.
Heck! Did we get it? Oh, we didn't get it. Feels bad, man. So as you guys know, you can sometimes shoot off the pooper. Oh, hey, bud. Oh, that's...
Requesting air support. Bug hole. West.
You know...
100 meters.
What if we do this right here, and we can go over here. We'll see whether or not that hits a tree.
Sentry.
There's a lot of meat here, guys. What are you doing? You're getting Joel riled up. Joel's never riled when no one's watching me. He gives me all the shit units. He's like, here, beta test this handful of hunters that are not spawning. And they're like, no, that's not fun. Then we talk about how we want to increase the difficulty of the game, and then Joel doesn't do it, and then I get a bunch of people watching me, and all of a sudden I have 5 million units trying to attack me. Chop some more trees.
Dropping a pin. South. Far.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Bug hole. West. Close.
Okay. Also, I'm not mentally compromised when I'm talking to people. Totally. Hey, bud. Okay. Not exactly sure why he died, but...
Requesting objective equipment. I got the terminal.
Yep.
Bug hole. Southeast.
Lots of stutter right now.
Affirmative.
Probably should restart my game, too.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Yep.
Engaging terminal.
You guys know what that was? I know what that was. Uh-oh, someone got their first experience with the airburst launcher. Yay! You know, so, like, I took a break from this game for multiple different reasons, and I was playing Overwatch at the time the airburst launcher launched. And at that time, I already knew, like, Reddit's generally full of its shit. It's generally full of itself, right? And I was looking at all the Reddit posts where it literally showed, like, a guy shooting the airburst launcher, and then the enemies were in front of him, and when it explodes, like, all the rockets come back on top of the guy. And I was like, there's no way that's true, right? There's no way that's possibly true. And then I used the airburst launcher and realized it's basically exactly how it functions. Which part of that's, by the way, the early detonation if it hits a unit next to you. Missed. Yeah, my game's getting chonky. So we probably need to restart. I read it on a second monitor. That is OBS that does it. The integrated chat's OBS. Alright, can I leave now? Go over to this. As far as overlays to see chat, I don't know how you're actually playing without a second monitor. You can literally just buy cheap monitors on like Craig's for like $50 for a second monitor. Maybe you don't have desk space for it. Hey, bud.
Got a sample.
Dead. I remember chargers before Reddit got them nerfed.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sending in an eagle.
Chop some trees to open up space. Use the 500 kg.
Calling down a sentry. Injury. What injury? Allied destroyer has left the squadron. Requesting air support.
But head him around the opposite side. Hopefully that comes in. Looks good. Gotta be kidding me. What the fuck? It's like some sort of invulnerable mega tree over there. Alright. All that planning. Stutter. Oh my god, the FPS lag. There he goes. Sometimes they take a lot of hits.
Calling in reinforcements. New man. Reinforcements on the way. How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Gonna hit one of these corpses and then basically eats a syringe.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Should be doing right now, by the way. That.
Calling in a hell bomb. Calling in a hell bomb. Last reload.
What? Okay.
Calling down a support weapon.
You thought you were gonna kill me, huh? That might kill me now. I might be dead. Well, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate, guys. Excuse me. No. 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 I'm stuck. Joel loves killing you right before you get the resupplies, so. Alright. You guys didn't blow it up yet? What?
I got the terminal. Get some
There you go.
hell bomb arm. Clear the area. Calling down a sentry.
Alright. Think we're good.
Calling in a hell bomb. Calling in orbital strike.
Alright, let's go grab some supplies again. Good. Ah! By the way, so even though, like, you might see in the top right that I get, like, sometimes I get, well, obviously, oh my god. On Crooks, I don't always get, like, you'll see, like, 150, that's obviously not my average FPS. On normal planets, you'll get around, or I'll get around 103. And then on Dagobah biome, which is this one, I'll get, like, 93. A lot lower. There's a lot more stutters on Dagobah as well.
New mag! Tagging map. North. 300 meters.
Okay. Let's see. So you nest. What's left is the main objective after the nest. 4090. This game is extremely CPU bound. I'm at, in top right, you can see I'm sitting at about 50% on my GPU utilization. The lag is all CPU bound, and it's worse on Crooks, and I think there's a memory leak of some kind, which is happening right now, making everything worse. Normally, Crooks isn't this bad for me. It could be Joel's like SSHing into my computer too, so. Game.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Reloading.
Oh, actually, that one hit.
Rare sample acquired. Throwing grenade.
Nope. FPS chugging. Holy fucking shit.
Calling down fortifications.
All right.
Ending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry. Reinforcing.
Chop some trees. Dead.
New mag.
Oh wait! Stop that! You're not supposed to be. You're not supposed to play defensively. Stop that.
Requesting orbital strike.
Calling in orbital strike.
Alpha Hunter. Get rid of that guy.
Sending in an eagle.
Brunk Biletine. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Calling in orbital
Okay.
strike.
All right, bud. Good love.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting air support.
I don't think that's necessary anymore.
Keep liberty.
Okay, L2. L2, what the fuck are you doing? Somehow he's alive. What the fuck is that? He just ran into the middle of it. I was talking about the cluster bomb licenses. Please. Somehow he survived that, by the way. Oh.
Hell divers never die. Supplies.
FPS limiters. FPS limiters only work if... Oh. That might work. I mean, if you set it low enough, it might work. It takes into account their CPU overhead, basically, for when the CPU bogs down. This game generally is relatively well multi-threaded. I have a 16-core processor. I have a 7950X3D. This is one of the very few games in which you uncap it to all 16 cores. And you'll see in the top right my Cmax, which is the highest single thread, basically, is what it comes down to. The most maxed out CPU is about 93%. But then my overall CPU utilization is at 67. Normally it's around 75%. So basically the game's using 12 cores-ish of CPU on a 7950X3D, which is very high. Most games do not do that. You go to lower difficulty with less units and it doesn't do it as much. The game is extremely, extremely CPU heavy. NVIDIA control panel is very good, better than NVIDIA control panel is RTSS, which is built into MSI Afterburner RTSS, which you can see in the top right. That's what I'm using right now. But NVIDIA control panel is pretty close to that, which is much better than most games have for their internal FPS limiter.
Calling down a sentry.
Sometimes, depending on the game you're talking about, too, the built-in FPS limiter could actually do what you Holy FPS jank. Internal FPS limiter can actually make things worse. Even if you're like trying to gate it to a lower FPS. And RAM doesn't really matter. RAM will make a difference basically in synthetic tests for the most part, or if you do sims, so any sort of like, not like sim games, but other simulations for physics, something like that, so academic stuff or modeling. It really depends on specialized workloads, but for gaming, RAM speed generally does not matter at all. Usually doesn't matter. It's one of the things people like talk about. Oh my god, did he pop a wheelie? He totally pop a wheelie. Shot through his leg. Oh, I didn't shoot through his leg. Can you guys guess what that was? What was that? Uh-oh! It's the cluster launcher! Wow-wee, man! That's so amazing!
New mag!
Bro. That is 100% the rocket turret that just did that. Yeah. I fucking love turrets, excuse me. This is really janky. I think we have to restart after this game no matter what. This is pretty insane. I fucking hate turrets. The turret just fucking killed me. That turret 100% just knocked me over and killed me again. Is that a turret or is it a guy? No, it's a turret.
Calling down a sentry.
But it's two turrets. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, especially if you start talking about the really exotic memory kits, like the really high-end stuff. If those guys weren't watching the turrets, I have half a mind to go over there and just blow up the fucking turret.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
If they weren't so proud of their turrets that were killing stuff, I 100% would have ran over there and blown them up.
Tagging map.
But yeah, for the case of AMD, you can get something that's like, it's not DOCP now, what do they call it? Expo. You get an Expo kit. Anything over 6,000 really doesn't matter, and it's very hard to make it stable. So this really doesn't matter. Same thing with Intel. Like, you get about 6,000 is really where you want to be. You'll get, like, negligible returns for higher-end stuff after that point. And 6,000 is actually relatively cheap nowadays. But some people think it matters. Some, like, maybe you can find a weird game where it does matter, but most of the time you can't. So. Yep. CPU matters a lot. In certain games, GPU matters for most games. The thing about CPU, guys, is if you're ever CPU bottlenecked, the CPU bottleneck is a lot worse than being GPU bottlenecked. In the case of CPU bottleneck, because your OS is running on it, your drivers, everything in the background's also running on it. When you're CPU bottlenecked, it can legit lead to a case where your OS just leaves a stuttering and micro-stuttering. I never, after I played Overwatch 1 and I went to a 6-core processor, this is prior to more than 4 cores being a norm, right? Or being regular. I went to a 5820K, and it was really fucking expensive. But I basically, when I was playing Overwatch, I increased my FPS basically by about 30%, despite having 50% more cores. But it made everything much, much more fluid. While 16 cores nowadays is overkill for almost every game. There are still cases where you run into basically a CPU bottleneck, and it makes everything fucking janky. Most people think it's always your GPU. I can turn down GPU settings in this game and, you know, run on a pretty old GPU, but CPU bottlenecks aren't really something you can easily fix by turning down settings. Some games have settings for it. Like the physics interactions we're talking about, depending on what they are, you can turn those down. The particles would help with that.
Calling in extraction. Get some. Get some. Heavy. South.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Are we on a tick biome? We aren't on a tick biome. You were on a tick biome earlier. I'm not paying attention. But for instance, this map, Dagobah, all those trees, when they get hit, they all have physics effects. So whenever you see the stratagems come in, it goes like that. It's because my cluster bombs are literally chopping trees.
Requesting air support.
If we do this, I bounced it. If we do this, now watching the top right, when they come through, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't bad. I think we chopped maybe one tree. How the fuck are those trees alive? Here. Are those perma trees? Dagobah used to have a lot more, not only, there we go. Dagobah not only used to have a lot more trees, the amount of splits that the trees had used to be a lot higher. Those are like perma trees. Joel has perma trees now? No way. So they're trying to improve the basically physics interactions by limiting the number of trees that basically exist in the game. Hey guys, can you guess what that was? Uh-oh! It's the airburst launcher! Those trees are really, normally, like when the biome first came out, those trees would immediately like particle into like 5 different pieces, and every one of the trees did that. Now it looks like only a handful of trees do that. And they reduced the number of trees that the game actually has in Dagobah. So it's gotten better. But you can see sometimes when like let's say a nursery goes off in the top right, you can see everything just like starts stuttering as it blows up all the trees around it. But the jank on Dagobah is almost always the physics interactions. The biome itself is actually just like harder on your computer, but the large spiking is usually caused by trees, physics. I always thought RAM was really important. I think it was at one point, and then everything just kind of caught up with it, like really early on. Nowadays, it doesn't really matter. Unless you're doing something very particular. Once again, you're talking about physics simulations. Even in the case of cores, like we were talking about earlier, some games will use more than 8 cores. This is one of the handful of games that will use more than 8 cores. Another one being Cities Skylines will eat your entire processor. It's very well multi-threaded. Skylines 2, that is. Call of Duty, but you have to set it up to use more cores, and obviously if you're GPU bound, it's not going to matter, but it will eat your entire CPU. Riftbreaker is a little bit, but eventually it just reaches a threshold where it doesn't matter anymore. The engine explodes in the background. Still eats more than 8 cores. Which we'll probably see when I play Riftbreaker, the new DLC for it. Well, alright.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
13 lives.
In 20 seconds.
Games tonight, I would say, I mean, this is, I don't know. I can't tell how difficult things are right now because I'm just talking to you guys. And I can't actually, not conceptualize, but can't really, formulate data points for it in my head because I'm just busy yakking right now. Yeah. Generally, I'd say 8 gigs is the minimum, 16 gigs is probably what you want to look for, and 32 is definitely overkill. 32 doesn't matter. Even more than 8, I think it'd be difficult to find games that are trying to use a lot of memory, assuming that you actually close all your 5 million Chrome tabs in the background, right? Catch you later, Logic. Enjoy the day, dude. Enjoy the day. Good stuff. Well, at least fun games tonight. I don't know whether or not they're difficult or not. Normally by now we probably would have been playing bots, it feels like. Well, GG. You can totally tell, guys, I'm not living up to my full potential here. If we look at the number of kills, I'm not even taking top spots for kills anymore. Let's restart my game. Oh, what's that? It's the BetterDivers guide. Oh my god, with all these ideas and addressing issues in the game right now, quality of life issues, features, balances, milestones, VFX, behavior of units. Oh my god, what is this? It's the BetterDivers guide. Holy shit. Wow, if only we could have a compendium of all the great ideas Ben Sims ever came up with all in one spot. Ah, weird, huh? New one we added tonight, by the way, is morale. Potential for adding a morale mechanic to the game itself, based on what's happening around you and what's going on in the game. If you've ever played any RTS games, there's a handful of them that have morale mechanics in them. They actually can be very, very cool. And it'd be right at home in this game, because it's not a PvP game. Yeah, putting aside you don't want to... Ah, you've got a pre-built? Hope you have the latest BIOS, by the way. Well, I think there's a new one coming up to address the degradation issues with the 14 and 13,000 series CPUs, which also, by the way, can be causing crashing for this game. If you're curious about that, because this game is more CPU heavy, as we discussed, than any other game. If you have a 13 or 14,000 series CPU, it's going to push it harder, and as such, it's going to crash more.
Allied coordinates locked.
Greetings, Helldiver. The galactic war awaits.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Alrighty.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
We have scatter. We've had no scatter tonight at all. I think we've had scatter in one mission.
Orbit synchronized.
I can't go making fun of my teammates, unfortunately. That crashed, or he doesn't have a stratagem. Booster. Download stuff faster? I mean, maybe if you're running some sort of database on your computer. We were talking about net traffic and transactions on your SQL database, maybe. Maybe if you like torrent super hard, you potentially could run into an issue with memory. That's more of a hard drive thing.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
People are already sending the hit squad after me. No, you kind of lucked out. I mean, I would say it's kind of a little bit of future-proofing, but it's not really, because you're not really going to run into a case. The next time you're probably going to have to buy memory is when you go to a like DDR6. So if you're on 5 to 6, if you're on 4 to 5. So it's not really even future-proof in that regard, right? You guys notice how much smoother this is right now? Yeah. Very, very different. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay. Alright. Dagobah is... Okay. Excuse me. I'm just taking a look at your undercarriage. Want to see if you're a man or a lady. Alright. Yep. He just fucked off for some reason. I would love...
Sending in an eagle!
I kill S4. Alright, let's do the nest. Still getting FPS spikes. Good. Go right here. Like that. Chop some trees. I stand back.
Reloading!
God, go away, green. Go away. Go away. Go away.
Sending in an eagle! Watching orbital strike! Heavy! I'm out! Reloading! That's called democracy!
Good. Pretty good.
Calling in orbital strike! Rare sample acquired!
Oh, I mean, you're probably talking. Yeah, you're probably talking about your hard drive. Steam games, for instance, will hit your hard drive pretty hard because it unpacks. So maybe, I guess, you're talking about game downloads. Maybe if the game is compressed. I don't know what the car honking sounds are. I'm really kind of curious. It might be some sort of Illumina teaser. Like when we're down there, I heard a car honking sound. The bugs occasionally make them. Some sort of VFX that's based on a car horn.
Requesting air support. New mag.
Here comes the cavalry.
Our tunnel breeze. Get some. Get some.
Bud.
Requesting air support. Calling down a support weapon. Sending in an eagle.
Brah. What the fuck are you guys doing? There that goes. What do you think that's gonna fucking do to a bile titan, bro? What the fuck is that? You just wanted to set me on fire? What the fuck is that? Go away.
Mission at 20 minutes
Calling in orbital strike.
We're gonna cut through the center here. We'll go away from our teammates.
orbital strike.
Bud.
Heavy. Northeast. Close. Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry.
Heavy. Southeast. 100 meters.
Uh-huh. He's still alive. Good. Nope. This is just the light armor with extra padding. It's the orange light armor with extra padding. There's only one of them in the game. Yeah, my teammates can mess around with that. Let's leave.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Found something. Sample collected.
By the way, kind of a cool series. So I watched The Boys. Boys got really political at the end. If you're in, a lot of people are into watching TV series.
New mag.
I'm allergic to agenda, both left and right. That's not one particular side. And The Boys just started pulling really heavily from real life, and instead of writing parables or metaphors or anything. And The Boys was all right, but they just kind of gave up on writing actual story. But I started watching Severance, which is an Apple series. And actually, it seems kind of cool. I don't know if it gets better, but right now it's, I think it's like Gunner, yes. But actually, kind of a cool premise. Hey guys, I got something for you. Oh no, don't come over here. Look at that distance. Caught him in the pooper, chopped it off. Perfect timing. Fuck you. No one's coming to save you. Anyways, I just got kind of curious about it because people were talking about how expensive the episodes were, which is hilarious. Apparently, it's basically like The Office, only it's $20 million per episode, and I have no fucking idea where they're spending all their money. Absolutely hilarious. But the show itself seems all right. That aside, but maybe that's going to change. So
Throwing supply beacon.
let's leave and go south to the nest after we get our teammates aggroed here. No, actually, one of the best versions of Democracy Protects, guys, which is the 50-50 perk, is diving. Diving does all sorts of weird shit to your character. It adds a bunch of resistances. It protects you from fall damage. I don't even think there's an objective way to quantify what it does. But it makes your character extremely, extremely durable. So if you're in some sort of situation in which you think you're about to die, always dive. It doesn't matter what you're doing, always dive. Like if you're on a ledge walking off, don't walk off, dive off of it. Just head first into the ground, and you have a better chance of surviving.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Poo-poo tree down here somewhere. Let's see, right over here. Fallout was remarkably good. I thought Amazon was going to absolutely butterfinger that, and it was pretty good. Amazon loves ruining stuff with kind of their little narrative they put into it. And it was pretty good. I actually really enjoyed it. Like, The Expanse. Expanse was a fantastic show. Amazon got their hands on it, and they literally just turned it into some sort of space drama. It was like an epic space opera, like dystopian space opera, and they turned it into a drama show. Just, yeah. Like I want to fucking sit here and listen to you talk about your feels constantly when I'm trying to learn about these ancient alien races that are, you know, that are forgotten since time began. And instead, hey, we're talking about our feels. Do you care about XYZ and Joel on your love boat? And you're like, no, I don't care at all. This is getting okay. That was a lot of alphas. Are you guys pissing off Joel? What's going on here? Like every single one of those guys have like aim assist aim, like where they just hit you automatically.
Joining the fray.
I'm of the personal opinion, by the way, that movies are never good enough if you actually want to write a good show. They're just jerking off of my body over there. If you want to write a good show, you need to really have like a TV series. You need to have enough time to actually like flesh out the characters, make you care about them, make you care about the premise of the story. You know, there has to be time to introduce the plot. The villains, especially, are very important. Arguably, the boys is being completely carried by Homelander. Like, as far as a villain goes, almost completely carried by him. On the boys' side, I think the only character that's kind of good is Butcher, and Butcher has his moments, and then he doesn't. Loadout. But you need to have time to basically introduce characters and make the audience actually care about them and make them not feel super gimmicky. That takes time.
I'm on it. Engaging terminal. Mission map updated.
Alright, let's see. My teammates are going to get that. Let's run away. I don't care about the sample. Someone else can pick them up. Yep. Yeah, you get them now. That happened. Sometimes you get the really putting aside the they get like stuck in like a rage mode where they do that. I had one legit the other night that hit me like 5 times. It was like just one back to back to back, and I was just dead. And there's like nothing I could do about it. That's something they've introduced in the last week that kind of tried to tone up the difficulty, apparently, on bugs a little bit, from the looks of it. As per the... Hit myself. Do that so I don't kill myself. Fortunately, my other teammates here for some reason. I don't know why. Just... I mean, I guess that's... Wait, can you just do that to blow up the fucking... Okay. I didn't even know you could land it on top of him to kill it. Alright, well let's leave now that my teammate's here. I'm gonna do the hell bomb. So, the game has changed a lot over the years. If you didn't know, they added iframes when you're on the ground. Like, when you get knocked down, there's a little bit of an iframe window. Not where you roll around on the ground on your own, but if the enemy knocks you down, there's a little bit of an iframe window where they won't attack you. When the game first came out, that wasn't there. And they would legit just constantly hit you until you're dead, right? And that was added at one point. The iframe window was added at one point. You know, when you get knocked over and then you just get constantly hit till you're dead. Relatively humiliating. These guys. You guys are really feisty. What is going on here? My god.
Ending in an eagle. By
the way, muscles help you move through those bushes, for instance, when you get stuck on them. Helps a lot with mud. Helps immensely with all the roots and the little hills you go over. I'd say it's almost like instead of stamina, you 100% should be taking muscles on Dagobah here.
Rare sample
Hey, bud.
acquired.
Ah, look at those teeth. Oh, yeah.
Calling in orbital strike.
Bees usually have a bunch of samples on them. Use you.
Rare sample acquired.
Extraction is available.
Alright, let's go north to my extraction. Yeah, that used to be really common, or when the stalkers just knock you over and they just keep hitting you till you're dead. They never used to, there's a point where they didn't retreat after hitting you, and they just keep hitting you while you're on the ground, rolling around till you're dead. Oh.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling in reinforcements.
That guy was AFK. Dropped a bunch of samples. Probably my samples.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Sure, Green's gonna go pick up those samples over there, right? Right, Green? You're not gonna leave the samples sitting there. The samples right in front of you, you're not gonna leave them there, right, Green? Right, Green? I'm not gonna have to go back across the map to pick up the samples that you are clearly looking at. They're sitting there, right, Green? Basically a glorified babysitter. Oh, yeah. Yes. I'm not paying attention to, like, anything today. Talking too much.
Requesting air support.
I stim before we die.
Calling in reinforcements.
There's a direct correlation between the amount of noise they make and how lethal they are.
Deploying reinforcements.
A lot of enemies here.
Requesting air
Chop some
support.
trees.
Administering freedom.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Very, very juicy cluster bomb. But
New mag.
throw it around side, right there.
Sending in an eagle.
Like that. You did that already. What are you doing? Pretty sure he's in range. No.
Tac pack inbound.
Seems an awful lot like our friend is still AFK. So when he said I have to use the bathroom,
Calling in extraction.
when he said I have to use the bathroom, what he really meant is I gotta go take a shit.
Reinforcing.
Extraction
No,
shuttle inbound.
Reinforcing.
Request approved.
I mean, speed shit, maybe?
Support weapon.
I don't know.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
A pelican that can act like a guard dog. Everyone and their mom, so you kind of have to be careful, although, like, you know, power-ups in Call of Duty aren't bad, right? In terms of, like, some people just want a fucking, like, power-up that comes around and just, like, you literally just sit there and play Call of Duty. They want their AC-130 gunship, which, you know, I guess might have a place where you can have Pelican do, like, a strafing run around the map. Depends on cooldowns. There's a lot of things you can actually balance in the game, but making the game just feel like straight-up COD is obviously not super amazing either. We'll see.
Supplies. Marking location. Pause. Sending in an eagle. North.
Favorite thing people love suggesting on the socials and on Reddit is COD power-ups. Everything from COD.
Unleashing democracy.
No.
Drug tunnel 3. Sending in an eagle. Yes! Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Reloading.
Unleashing democracy.
Back in my day, I remember when you had to kite units around. You had to kite units around the extraction point, and you couldn't just sit here and throw stratagems on bug holes. Back in my day, guys.
Requesting air support.
Unleashing democracy.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Oh, I think of your airburst launcher. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think, your airburst launcher.
Calling in orbital strike.
Here, let me pick it up and use it. I didn't actually kill myself. I thought I was going to hit that guy right there and explode.
Democracy needs me.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Endable.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Oh, there's another one right here. Okay. I mean, it looks cool.
T-minus 10 seconds.
It's fun to push the button. Effectiveness is very likely to kill you. Guy even has his flashlight on.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Good stuff, guys. As I mentioned, so the new update for the game is going to be on the August 6th, and maybe we'll take a break and play something else. I have a key for Marvel's Rivals. I'm a big FPS player, although I haven't been since I've been on my Helldivers 2 binge. Well, it's PvE, but, you know. There's also the expansion, the DLC for Riftbreaker, which also would be very fun to play. I play every expansion for that game, which takes about 3 to 7 days, so. Of streams? Needs to be seen. Alrighty. Good. In overtime, by the way. I usually don't stream this late, but I have been recently. Definitely should have played some bots at some point here. There's my kills. Good evening, Idawin. Uh-oh. Idawin's hiding. He knows if he hides, then I stream longer. If he says something, then I stop streaming, so. Hilarious. Two incendiary breakers, a sickle, and the plasma grenade launcher. Like I said, I'd be kind of curious on what would happen if they just turned off the incendiary breaker for like a week and a half. You know?
Victory.
Just a little bit, so people have to use something else. Just a little bit.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Arrived late and almost saved the day. More kills. Uh-oh. Clicking emotes? Yeah, that's how you do it. The kids can decipher it. They'll find out something you never knew about yourself by clicking your emotes. Alrighty, guys. We had a pretty great round of games tonight, guys. Challenge-wise, I don't really know exactly because I was just busy yakking the entire time, and when I start yakking, I don't, you know, my objectivity and being aware of my surroundings decreases. Felt more difficult, but also kill-wise, like maybe instead of running out with like 17 lives, we're running out with like 9 now, so it's still, I think it's more difficult, but it's not difficult enough to actually make a difference, which is kind of the way it feels too. I don't think we had any 1,800 kill games tonight. That last one was, what was it, like 1,300? We've had better. That's the way she goes, though, guys. We're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Tonight will probably be Helldivers 2. Otherwise, we'll probably be playing something else. Remains to be seen. But if you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the, you enjoyed the fucking podcast, you enjoyed talking about the game dev, make sure you hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North American time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., guys. I'm out here for this evening. Tonight will be probably Helldivers 2. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.